I call to order the closed session meeting of the Mayor and City Council at 3:31 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here, and thank you to those who are viewing remotely. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Councilmember Charette? Here. Councilmember Canas? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Here.
Councilmember Flores?
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. Moving on to public comments for closed session. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments or statements from the City Attorney?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the City Council? Seeing none, we will convene to closed session at 3:31 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here, and thank you to those viewing remotely. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino, the San Bernardino City Housing Authority, and as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority at 5:16 p.m. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Councilmember Charette? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Here.
Councilmember Flores?
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz?
I'm here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. Closed session report. Mr. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Mayor and Council met on all the various items listed on the closed session agenda. There is only one item that is reportable, is related to item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 is one case. The council approved unanimously to initiate a receivership case, and the details of that will be publicly available when the case is filed. Oh, we're still here? That concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a glitch. Moving on to presentation. Actually, no. Invocation and pledge. Oh, where's that? I believe, I don't have that piece. We have, do you have the information on who's, can you announce that, Madam City Clerk, and also who's doing the pledge, please?
Okay. For invocation and pledge, we have Dr. Clyde A. Stewart from Westside Worship Center, who will lead the pledge of, who will lead the invocation. And we have Bryce Walton from Bonnie Old Elementary, who will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please rise.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Father, we come before you this day to lift this body up to you, to lift this mayor up to you, to lift leadership up to you. I pray, Father, for wisdom to go forth in this place. We stand against all division, all strife. The city is in need of you. The city is in need of help. So, Father, right now we pray for your anointing and your presence in this place. They've invited me here to invite you. So I thank you, Father, that strife, deception cannot stay here. And what your will is, it will be done today. Those who have prayed already, those who have concerns, those who have situations that they think that will not happen, I thank you, Father, you will show yourself strong and mighty on their behalf. So I pray for the city of San Bernardino, the councilmen, the councilwomen, and the mayor, that they will operate, Father, in righteousness because you are the God of righteousness. So I set forth this meeting in your hands to give you all the praise and the glory for every good thing that goes forth in this place today. It's in Yeshua's name that I pray. Amen.
Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to presentations. We have 3 presentations. We'll start off with the proclamation for the National Library Week in the City of San Bernardino, April 19th to 2026, presented to Library Director Ed Erdrovec and Library Board President James Pearson. Can you both come up to the stage? And Council, will you join me to the front? Okay, we're all here. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you. A proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming April 19th to 25th, 2026 as National Library Week in the City of San Bernardino. Whereas in observance of National Library Week, patrons are encouraged to visit one or more of the 4 San Bernardino public libraries, either in person or virtually at www.sbpl.org. And whereas the theme for National Library Week 2026, Find Your Joy, is a celebration highlighting the valuable role libraries, librarians, and library workers play in transforming lives and strengthening our communities. And whereas besides patrons checking out books, doing research, using a PC, or enjoying free Wi-Fi, we offer various free activities such as preschool story time, crafts, workshops, author visits, entertainment programs, literacy services, and classes to help people improve their lives at no cost. And whereas our online services for remote learners, including ebooks and e-audiobooks, homework help via chat, and others are valuable to our patrons. And whereas with the support of our mayor and city council, the library is looking forward to the opening of our Maker Space area where the public can build, create, and innovate in 2026, along as well as a Feldheim Central Library building improvements from a grant worth almost $6.5 million from the California State Library. And whereas libraries help change lives in their communities, serving people of every age, education level, ethnicity, and physical ability, and whereas more than 18,000 people have our Seat of San Bernardino library card, and whereas our San Bernardino Public Library has served our community for over 135 years. And if there is any city that can benefit from a free public library, it is here. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim April 19th to 2026 as National Library Week in the City of San Bernardino, presented on the 15th day of April 2026. Would you like to say a few words?
Thanks. Greeting from the library board. As the proclamation suggests, there's a lot that goes on in the library, and we want to encourage most of that. It's that it takes a lot of people to do all of this, and I want to thank the mayor and the city council for their continuing support of what goes on in the library and outside. In addition to that I want to note that the Friends of the Library play an important role by having book sales, and then the money that comes from that goes towards the programs that you read about. But those could not happen if it were not for the librarians and the rest of the staff. And I also want to mention a very important person is Jeff Krause, who takes pictures of us and publicizes and gets us in the news. And so thank you for that. But really, the important person here, and I'll turn it over to him now, is the library director, Ed Urjavik.
Well, thank you for the kind words from President Pearson and the rest of the members of the board who I serve, and thank you for their volunteering for the benefit of the community. And they have great interest in serving the community, unpaid, strictly for the good of the community, no ego or anything. And thank you to the mayor and council for your support throughout the years here, and we're glad to see things on a positive upswing in the community. Thank you to our city manager and deputy city manager for their contributions as well, and thank you to the many department heads who I work with, who we collaborate on various projects, and especially as we're talking about the Animaker Space project in the second half of 26 and the upcoming building improvement grant. Thank you to our invaluable friends in Public Works. So thank you to them, and thank you to finance especially, and we're welcome to our new finance director and Zuiva's infinite patience in putting up with me all these years. So again, we encourage you to come out. You can follow us through social media and our website. And a note, since the proclamation was written by a mysterious ghostwriter, in March we broke our record for the Overdrive ebook and e-audiobook collection. For the first time, we broke 2,000 items checked out in a month. So that's a new record on that. And you can't beat the price. It's free. So as stated, whether in person or online, you can't beat the price. So thank you again to the community for your interest and your kind words and your applause, and come out and see us. And thank you again to the mayor and council.
Quick picture. All right, put this up. Here. Thank you, thank you. Another round of applause, another 135 years, and nothing beats free. Thank you. The next proclamation we have, Charter Proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month in the City of San Bernardino for the month of April 2026, presented to Hillary Steeson Ray of San Bernardino County Children's Network. Please come up on stage. Proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the City of San Bernardino. Whereas April 2026 has been proclaimed as Child Abuse Prevention Month by the state and federal government for the purpose of promoting community involvement in preventing child abuse. All children have the right to receive the care, protection, and guidance a family provides. They have the right to be free from harm and to have their physical, emotional, and educational needs met. And whereas just over 30,000 children in the San Bernardino County were referred in 2025 to the Children and Family Services for suspected child abuse and neglect. Children's Assessment Center staff, Children and Family Services social workers, public health nurses, law enforcement officers, educators, behavioral health clinicians, and others in the field are dedicated, compassionate, and skilled individuals working under the enormous pressure to protect children. The prevention of child abuse requires rigorous solutions, energy, strength, determination, and commitment on the part of concerned citizens and the community. And whereas protective factors are conditions that reduce or eliminate risks and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of our children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between the Children's Network and Children's Fund in partnership with the Children and Family Services, Department of Public Health, First 5 San Bernardino, Community Action Partnership, County Superintendent of Schools, Sheriff's Department, Child Care Planning Council, Department of Behavioral Health, Preschool Services Department, County Library, Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, Children's Assessment Center, Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, and County Fire Department. And whereas the blue ribbon is the international symbol for child abuse prevention, the Children's Network has planned a blue ribbon media campaign, educational materials distribution, and the 27th annual Shine a Light on Child Abuse Prevention Award ceremony to increase awareness of child abuse during the month of April. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and the city council of the city of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of San Bernardino and encourage all citizens to participate in events and join in the efforts to end child abuse. Presented on the 15th day of April 2026.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, and thank you, City Council members and the City of San Bernardino for continuing their efforts to support families and protect kids. So we know that all our efforts are nothing if the community does not come together and support and lift up families and children with us. And so for the second year in a row, San Bernardino City referral numbers have gone down. So you are doing your job. Everyone has a part to play, and we appreciate every one of you. Our last event for Child Abuse Prevention Month is April 24th at the Government Center, and it is our Children's Memorial Flag Raising, and that is where we wrap up and just remember all the kids that were lost to violence, and it reinvigorates us and lets us remember what we're here for, what we're doing for another year, and remember them and dedicate our time to them. And Pastor Stewart will actually be doing our speaking there, so come back, see him. We're going to release butterflies and have refreshments, so if you want to come, we'd love to see all the public there on April 24th, 10 to 11.
Thank you. Big round of applause for the work. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work that you do and everyone that's involved. Thank you. And the last presentation, we have a proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of San Bernardino, April 2026, presented to Carmen Madueño of Partners Against Violence. Yes, there you are. Thank you. Thank you. Proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of San Bernardino. Whereas April 2026 is recognized as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, marking 25 years of national efforts to raise awareness, support survivors, and prevent sexual violence. And whereas this year's theme, 25 years strong, looking back, moving forward, honors the resilience of survivors and the collective progress made by advocates, organizations, and communities working to end sexual violence. And whereas for 25 years, Sexual Assault Awareness Month has served as a call to action, educating the public, supporting survivors, and inspiring individuals and institutions to take meaningful steps toward prevention. And whereas sexual violence remains a significant public health and safety issue affecting individuals of all ages, genders, identities, and backgrounds, with data showing that most survivors are harmed by someone they know. And millions of individuals across the nation continue to experience sexual violence in their lifetime. And whereas disparities persist, with disproportionately high rates of sexual violence impacting women of color, American Indian, Alaska Native communities, individuals with disabilities, and transgender individuals, underscoring the need for inclusive, equity-centered prevention and response efforts. And whereas prevention begins with each of us through promoting consent, fostering respect, supporting survivors, and creating safe, inclusive spaces rooted in dignity and care. And whereas we honor the courage of survivors who have shared their stories and the tireless commitment of advocates, service providers, and organizations such as Partners Against Violence in the city of San Bernardino, whose work provides critical support, resources, and hope to those impacted by sexual violence. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and the entire city council of the city of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of San Bernardino. The city recognizes and commends Partners Against Violence for their unwavering dedication to supporting survivors and encourages all residents to stand in solidarity with survivors, participate in awareness and prevention activities, and commit to fostering a culture of respect, consent, and accountability, presented on the 15th day of April 2026.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmen, and I am the Community Outreach Specialist for Partners Against Violence. And I am so privileged to accept the proclamation on behalf of our agency. First and foremost, I want to thank Mayor Helen Tran and the City Council of San Bernardino. For those that don't know what we do, we are a sexual assault survivor service agency. So we offer services like counseling, accompaniment, advocacy, education, and a 24/7 crisis hotline, all free of cost. As we stand here today, I am reminded of the 1,408 survivors from the 2024 to 2025 fiscal year that we service ongoing. Our survivors have shown immense courage in sharing their stories and strength to allow us to help them through their healing journeys. This proclamation is not just recognition of our work from our agency, but also government officials, local services, other advocates, and survivors. We actively choose to listen, to believe, and to support our survivors. We work towards the PAVIN mission of partnering to build healthy relationships, families, communities, and generations that are free of violence. We do have some upcoming events, so please check out our website, partnersagainstviolence.org.
Thank you, Carmen. Big round of applause. And you're located just down the street. Can you provide that address? It's just off of Arrowhead, correct?
Yes. So we are at 444 North Arrowhead Avenue in San Bernardino. It's right between 4th and 5th Street.
Thank you. And at no cost, everyone. Thank you for the service and the work. Big round of applause.
And then we were taking a picture.
Yes. And that is all the presentation we have for today. Big round of applause for all the presentations. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to public hearing. Number 4, approval of the issuance of revenue obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $15 million by the California Enterprise Development Authority for TIP Property Corridas, LLC in Ward 1. And just for the record, for clarification, what was agendized on the public's website, it says amount to exceed. It should say amount not to exceed. So that was corrected, I believe. Madam City Clerk, can you confirm that?
The posted agenda is not corrected, but it is in the recommendation that it is not to exceed 15 million.
Thank you. I'm opening the public hearing at 5:39 PM. Could staff begin with the presentation on this item?
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation on this item because it's a very short item. This is perhaps the third TEFRA hearing we have. And basically, TEFRA is the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act. Whenever you have an organization or an entity, in this case, it's the California Enterprise Development Authority, who is trying to either purchase, renovate, or otherwise do things to a particular building in our jurisdiction, and they would like to float a bond. TEFRA rules require the city of San Bernardino, because it's within our jurisdiction, to approve a resolution to that effect. So this is not the city's money. It is not coming out of our general fund. We're just a pass-through organization in this particular instance. They need this resolution in order for them to move forward with floating the obligation bond in the amount not to exceed $15 million. So the recommendation for the mayor and city council to consider is, one, hold a public hearing, and then adopt resolution 2026-036, approving the issuance of revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority in the amount not to exceed $15 million for TIP Property Caritas, LLC, a California limited liability company, and or a related or successor entity, the borrower, at 662, 678, and 696 South Tippecanoe Avenue in San Bernardino, in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act and Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended above. And number 3, authorize the city manager or designee to take any further actions and execute any additional documents necessary to effectuate the tax-exempt bond issuance for TIP Property Caritas, LLC. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
Yes, we have one request to speak from Ron Alvarado.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. My name is Ron Alvarado, and I am here today as a resident of the First Ward and a candidate for the First Ward Council seat. The public hearing regarding the issuance of up to $15 million in revenue bonds for TIP Property Caritas LLC as South Tippecanoe is a significant moment for the First Ward. As someone who lives in the community, I'm always looking for how development impacts our neighborhood, infrastructure, and the daily lives of our residents. While I recognize that these bonds are issued through the California Enterprise Development Authority and do not represent a direct financial obligation for the city's general fund, the host approval we are discussing today is more than just a tax requirement. It's an endorsement of the project's value to San Bernardino. I want to ensure that as we approve these fiscal mechanisms, we are also demanding clear, tangible benefits for our community. We need to know that these investments translate into local jobs, improvement to our surrounding streets, and a project that respects the residential character of our area. Transparency is paramount. In my professional life as a fraud investigator, I see firsthand what happens when oversight is lacking. We must ensure that any entity receiving the benefit of tax-exempt status in our city is held to the highest standard of accountability. I urge the council to begin asking the difficult questions. How does this project integrate with our broader goals for urban redevelopment? How will it impact traffic and safety? Let's ensure that the First Ward and in expansion, the rest of the city is a partner in growth, not just a location for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 additional speakers, Patricia Nichols Butler and Richard Schmidt.
You turn on the mic, but thank you. Now it's on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Patricia Nichols Butler. I'm the CEO and President of Community Action Partnership. Tip Properties Caritas, an LLC, is actually controlled by Community Action Partnership, a nonprofit organization in San Bernardino County. We have been in this community serving low-income individuals for 60 years. Last year marked our 60th anniversary, and we were able to acquire, after many years, the property in which we provide services. And so what we're asking for is to be able to have this as a tax-exempt financing. There's no cost to the city, as in the staff report, it is a pass-through, and it will definitely strengthen our organization from a sustainability standpoint. These properties were built to suit for our organization, and it allows us to provide critical services not only to the residents of the city of San Bernardino, but through the entire county, whether that's housing assistance, whether that's food assistance. We support over 250 organizations with food throughout not only the city of San Bernardino, but the entire county of San Bernardino. In addition to that, we provide low-cost weatherization services, no-cost weatherization services. We're the largest provider of utility assistance in this county, and we're also the largest provider of emergency food assistance. So for us as a nonprofit organization, this means sustainability and continuity of our organization. And I believe that it benefits the city. We are fiscally sound as a nonprofit organization, and our track record, I believe, speaks for itself, that we've been able to stand strong for 60 years. That's through the partnerships of not only the city, but the county, and the many nonprofits that we work with in San Bernardino County. So I urge this council and the mayor to please support this recommendation. It will help another nonprofit in this organization be even stronger and have greater capacity to meet the needs of vulnerable residents in this county. Thank you. And I
thank you.
Richard Smith is the Chief Financial Officer for Community Action Partnership, and we both are here in favor of this recommendation from the staff. And thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers for this item.
Thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at 5:47 p.m. for deliberation action. Do we have any discussion or comments from the council? I have Councilmember Sanchez.
I've had the good fortune of getting to tour Community Action Partnerships' current facility, and I've gotten to know their board and their staff. And we are lucky to have such a world-class service provider in our community. And I could not express more my confidence in the quality of work that they do. So I'd like to move to approve that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Ortiz, followed by Councilmember Ibarra.
I just want to echo, I think I appreciate everything that you guys are doing, and it's good to see projects like this moving forward. And I know things take time, and I think you are the essence of patience as a virtue in the city and in the county. And so just thank you for not looking elsewhere or giving up, and that we're finally here and that your endeavors paid off. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, I'd like
sorry,
to.
if you don't mind, point of order just for a moment. I do have a conflict of interest that unfortunately I did not think of until now. My organization that I do work for actually situates its offices in the CAPS building. Therefore, I do have to recuse myself from this item. So I do apologize. I will have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flores?
Yes, question for Mr. City Attorney. I currently sit on the board for CAPS. Should I recuse myself from this?
I would recommend so, yes.
Thank you. I'll pull my second and I'll recuse myself.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra, thank you.
I'd just like to attest the good work that Community Action Partnership has done in our community, because I worked also with a nonprofit in the city, and you know, when there was utility assistance needed and we didn't have the funding, Community Action Partnership reached out to all those people that were calling us for assistance back during the COVID era. So the work they do is unsurmountable, and, you know, to get a tax bond relief, that would be something that our way of giving back to Community Action Partnership for all the good they do in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Ortiz just seconded. Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you to Community Action Partners. You're doing great work in our community. Thank you. Moving on, we can call the two council members back to the dais. Moving on to item number 5, continuation of the public hearing of March 18th, 2026, short-term rentals. The public hearing was opened on February 18th, 2026, 5:59 p.m., continued the meeting to March 18th, and then continued to today, April 15th. Could staff provide an updated presentation on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As the Mayor rightfully stated, this item has been before you twice, and I'm hoping that the third time is a charm. I have tried to listen to some of the issues and questions and requests, and I have tried as much as possible, both in the staff report and in the PowerPoint presentation, to address some of the critical issues. I'm just going to go with the presentation. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the background, because unless you want me to, because we all know what the background is. I'm just going to go chronologically. What happened in 2023 and then 2024. And then, on June 5, when we brought the item back to the City Council, Council by a narrow majority said we want to ban. So, and then we, some of the information in the background section also is we don't have an ordinance that actually allows this particular use. So part of what we're trying to do here is to build some standards by which we would actually either regulate or ban the land use. Either way, we have to go into our zoning code and modify certain parts of the zoning code, including the definition thereof and where this thing is allowed or not allowed. Okay, additional information. So a short-term rental will ensure that the use will be recognized as a bona fide land use in the development code. With a definition and accompanying development standards, the city will adopt and implement specific revisions to the zoning code that would regulate the land use. So if we ban, the city will no longer need to rely on various code provisions that together prescribe vacation rentals. We will adopt and implement specific revisions to the code that would ban short-term rentals outright in residential zones. What are some of the advantages and disadvantages? If we prohibit short-term rentals, it would create less confusion among homeowners. The proposed ban in the city will prohibit STRs in the fire-prone areas of the city, which would include properties in the RE, residential estate, and the RL, residential low density areas. The city would first need to identify those properties that are currently engaged in the short-term rental activity and officially notify them of the ban. Now, some of the benefits of engaging a third party to actually help us is they would provide a map similar to this one that actually basically gives us a scatter point of where some of these properties have advertised online, and they would provide us with this information, and that would enable us to kind of follow through with where they are. Decade Technology, the company that we're currently engaged, would also provide us with something similar to this. This particular chart would show the fluctuation of the month, or there are months that are vacation rentals are most active. You can see a peak point right there around October, maybe because of Halloween, and then we also see a little peak point right about the middle of the year, and then in the early parts of the year. So they will provide us this kind of information and additional monitoring going forward. So again, I'm talking about DECA technology. We've talked about the cost of what it's going to cost us to be able to use their services going forward on an annual basis. We have an option of either going with just providing us with where these locations are in the city, or if we pay a little bit more, they'll be able to collect TOTs and remit them to the city. It's part of the services, that we provide. So we also discussed TOTs. TOTs would be collected. They will be assessed to properties that actually do this kind of work moving forward. So language about general plan consistency and so on and so forth is what you have here. And basically making a finding that regulating or banning short-term rentals aligns with key target number 3, improve quality of life. Some people would see banning short-term rentals as improved quality of life and improving the city's appearance, cleanliness, and attractiveness. Now, I have to tell you that based on information provided to staff, there are currently about 108 properties that are currently listed on the different websites for these kinds of activities, Verbo, Airbnb, and so on and so forth. So it kind of gives you an idea of how much leakage of revenue we have when we have 108 properties already engaging in this activity, and we have no recourse to collect anything out of it. And I'm going to circle back to the analysis that was done in 2024. It's on your staff report. It's also an attachment to your report. It's the one that identifies what other cities are doing with their fees and some of the activities that occur, and how much we would ask for registration. And this is the one that has the beige heading table with a beige top, that kind of talks about registration. So making a comparison between the city of San Bernardino, Big Bear, SB County, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, and Santa Monica. Now, for San Bernardino, under fees, we have some dollar amounts. Now, those dollar amounts were just not arbitrary numbers. Those dollar amounts was reached with the help of our helpful finance department, and they looked at the number of staff people that would actually touch an application for a short-term rental, and they came up with the percentage of their hourly rate and the amount of time spent, and they came up with somewhere between $500 and $775. So that would be, if with inspection, if you want these facilities to be inspected on a regular basis, it would be about $775 annually. With no inspection, it will be around $500, $550. So that would be the registration fee for each one of these. So if you take that $500 on the average, multiply by 108, that kind of gives you how much revenue we could collect today. And then when you add the TOT to that, it shows you the kind of revenue source. Now, I'm going to go back to the table. Again, we're talking about updating the development code, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if we ban, my recommendation is that we only ban them in areas that have the high FAR areas. So we can still have the opportunity to have a short-term vacation rentals in places that are not high FAR prone. The unfortunate thing, though, with that is those areas that are in the high fire areas are the ones with the bigger properties, bigger acreages, and those are the ones that are most attractive to people to rent because it's got space. But we will still be able to capture resources from people who want to rent their townhomes and condominiums and single-family homes, not in the high fire areas. By the time we sort that out, we may be able to whittle the number down from 108 to, I don't really know, but we have to study the map to be able to figure it out. So we had informed the City Council last time that the associated potential contribution would be up to $324,000 annually, but we have a cost of approximately $16,500. And so what are other cities doing? Other cities are putting guidelines. For example, one city has a proposed fine for $1,000 a day for no renewals. With no renewals after 3 violations, the fee is consistent with what other agencies are assessing for violations. The city would fine $1,000 a day. Outdoor noise disruption is generally prohibited between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. All agencies require an annual license fee ranging from $100 in Santa Monica to $1,000 in Palm Springs. A fee of $500 to $600 has been proposed for San Bernardino. All cities would restrict the number of STR licenses to no more than 2, so no more than 2 STRs per address or per property owner. In response to council concerns regarding process and procedure for regulating and enforcing, staff contacted the following cities and the county of San Bernardino: Big Bear, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, Santa Monica, and San Bernardino County. Most agencies prohibit street parking or parking on neighborhood properties. Parking must be on designated driveways. Per state law, ADUs are prohibited from being utilized not as ADUs, but as short-term rentals. Some jurisdictions require an initial inspection followed by annual inspections. I would recommend that if you really want to get into this. All jurisdictions contacted require payment of TOT. I've talked about that a little bit. All agencies limit the number of occupants per bedroom. I've seen some no more than 4 per bedroom, or some would say no more than 6 per the house itself. Length of stay is not regulated by most jurisdictions, so you can stay more than 28 days. Code enforcement is used by most jurisdictions for enforcing STR regulations. City of Rancho Cucamonga utilizes 2 part-time code officers to regulate their STR program. The equivalent cost of 1 code enforcement officer, 1 in San Bernardino, is approximately $107,000 annually. So that would be, which includes salary and benefits. Scope. So how big is this issue? Knowing that we have 108 that are currently active in our city, as far as the complaints we've received, over the last 4 years, there have been 5. CRMs, 400 block of South D Street, 1 CRM at 500 block of Edgerton, 1 at 400 block of Edgerton, and several complaints at the 600 block of Ashton Drive. I'm going to guess that most of these are basically noise-related or public intoxication, which would be something that the police department would respond to. So as necessary, depending on the scope of the problem, when we actually get into it, the city would dedicate 1 code officer specifically for this task, but we have a team of code officers who are still available to address any of these concerns. This is a CEQA statement that I have to make. We conducted an environmental evaluation with the proposed ordinance. It is exempt from CEQA under section 15061. because it's an ordinance to regulate or ban short-term vacation rentals would not create significant effects on the environment, as it regulates or prohibits short-term rentals in residential zones. So, back to the recommendation, there are three of them. One is to adopt ordinance number 2026, establishing a regulatory program for short-term vacation rentals in residential zones in the city of San Bernardino, or adopt ordinance number MC 26-whatever, banning short-term rentals in residential zones in the city of San Bernardino, and three, that the council take no action and leave things the way they are currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
We have 9 requests to speak from Jose Gomez, Alicia Navarro, Ron Alvarado, Guadalupe Ortega, Rosalind Breshanen, Mike Hartley, Arvin Santos, Diane Adlawan, Eric Mesa.
Thank you. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes, and you can turn on the mic. Thank
Press
you.
the button. Okay. My name is Jose Gomez, and I live on Edgerton, which the map or the thing you just showed only 2 houses on Edgerton, and we actually have 4 houses on Edgerton that are Airbnbs. Okay? We have one on Skylark that's an Airbnb. In Halloween night in 2025, the Airbnb that was rented out on Skylark in Edgerton, there was a rave or a party that constituted a mass of just people. We had over 1,000 people, and as you see, we live on a hill. There's only one road access up and one road access down. They were parked on both sides. They had an OD in the house. The fire department fought itself to get up there. There were cars parked down below our hill that was just tons of cars. That house has always been a problem for Airbnb. The other ones are kind of the same way. The one at the very top of of Edgerton is the same way. We are a fire-rated area. People that come there don't care about the property. They don't care what they're doing. They just want to get drunk and have a great time. And I understand they're young people. But when you're smoking and throwing it over the side of the hill and the hill is dry, what are you asking for? And I lived there for 41 years, and I've gone through 7 fires on that hill. So I'm not happy they're there, and I won't be happy they're there, and I don't plan on selling. But I live in the part of a house where it's on the corner of an access road and also Edgerton. I live right on the corner. I've been very lucky. My house has never been hit, and I have a duplex next door that I have to get a city permit to rent it. Those people don't have to get a city permit to rent it. I'm required to. They're not required to. So I don't understand why in a fire-rated area that we would want to have Airbnbs. It's a moment for disaster, because if we go through another fire and lose 3 or 4 more houses, we have a house that still hasn't been rebuilt from the last fire because the people can't afford to rebuild it. And it's a nice neighborhood. I've lived there for 41 years. So I'm asking you to really consider banning them from fire-rated areas. If you want to put them anywhere in San Bernardino, I don't care, because there's not fire-rated areas in those areas. But where we live on that mountain, East Little Mountain, it is a fire-rated area. It's volatile. Anything can happen. And we cut our backyards, we trim. Code enforcement comes, writes us a note if we don't trim our backyards. We have to get them done right away. I cut all my palm trees. I've got 9 of them. I cut them all the time, twice a year, to keep the fronds from being inflamed. Any fire will just burst those babies in half, and we have a lot of palm trees on that hill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Mike Hartley. I cannot believe that we're still kicking this frickin' can down the road. You need to ban them. If you guys are looking for revenue, go out there and get the people who are renting their homes without a business license. How about fining all your slum landlords and their frickin' apartments? How about fining them? I love that Airbnb fining. That's great. Why don't we do that? We'd be rolling in the dough. Obviously, you guys don't drive around San Bernardino. Because I'm telling you right now, it looks piss poor. And it has for a long time. Now, instead, code enforcement needs to be proactive, not reactive, not wait for a citizen to call. A lot of them won't because they're scared. Why are they scared? I'm not scared. But I'll tell you what, a lot of people are. And they don't complain. They may complain to their bridge partners, but they're not going to complain to you people. They are scared to call code. They don't trust that it's anonymous. But the reason why San Bernardino looks the way it does is because code enforcement is reactive. We got to stop that. All you're doing with these Airbnbs is adding chaos to chaos. The police department doesn't have the people to go out for a noise complaint. Give me a break. And code enforcement isn't going to go out there at night. Just ban them, please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alicia Navarro, and I'm here because I care deeply about the safety of my family and also our East Little Mountain community. I live 2 houses away from our city councilman, Fred Charette, and we live next to 2 of 4 disaster short-term rentals. I lived in this community for 12 years, and I've been through 4 major fires. And it's really been hard to come back and see the devastation on my neighbors and the whole community as a whole, how our homes look after those fires. And we only have one safe road to evacuate, which is Edgerton Drive. And I've seen how difficult it has been for the fire trucks, the emergency vehicles to pass through there. And it's difficult because we used to park our cars outside. And ever since 2021, the city did permanently designated our neighborhood. 90% of it is fire lanes, which is fine with us because that really has helped our narrow road to remain clear for emergency responders to pass and also for us to evacuate in case of an emergency. But unfortunately, since 2022, these STRs started appearing and creating a public safety issue. These STRs have been they use them as large parties. They bring a bunch of vehicles. They park on those fire lanes, on the fire hydrants. They block our driveways, so they prevent us from even entering our own homes. They drive under the influence of who knows what. They have hit parked cars outside, our fences, our walls. They smoke. They drink on the streets, and they even have used the restroom in our property. So I've spoken to the owners of these STRs, and they tell me, well, we're going to clean it up, or, oh, we're going to screen the people better. But they don't comply to any of those responses. The STR owners, all they care about is collecting their money. They don't care about the safety of our children, the elderly people that live there as well, and families. So I'm asking the city council to please, please, please prohibit or ban STRs in these designated high fire hazard zones, especially in areas with limited evacuation capacity like our narrow hillside road. Our community shouldn't have to bear increased fire risks, blocked roads, and constant disruptions in exchange for these STR activities. So please protect our community before a preventable tragedy occurs. And I really highly suggest for you guys to go and see how we live.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, council, neighbors. My name is Ron Alvarado. I'm running for City Council First Ward. Tonight, we are at a crossroads. Do we adopt a regulatory program, implement a ban, or do nothing? The Planning Commission has recommended a regulatory path. but for a regulation to work, it must have teeth. As a neighborhood leader, my priority is protecting the quiet enjoyment of our homes. We cannot allow our residential neighborhoods to be turned into de facto hotel districts where the host is an absentee LLC and the neighbors are revolving doors of strangers with no stake in our community or its future. If the council moves forward with ordinance MC 1660, we must ensure the administrative capacity to provide strict oversight is there. And we must admit, it's not even there to meet our current needs. We have seen in the past how a lack of coordination leads to a misuse of funds. The permit fees and transient occupancy taxes collected from these rentals must be explicitly earmarked for code enforcement and neighborhood safety, ensuring resources go to the streets, not just the general fund. We need real-time sharing from hosting platforms and a 24/7 hotline that actually results in citations for noise or parking violations. If we cannot even guarantee that minimum level of enforcement, then we must seriously consider the ban and proposed in ordinance MC 1661. And to go with the fire zones, fireworks are also illegal in the fire zones, right? And they're still used in there. The fire zone is what, the area north of the 210? So again, the west side in downtown is gonna get stuck with the leftovers of the city, with the loud parties, with the misuse. We're not a fire zone, but our buildings are constantly burning down. We just lost a church off Baseline. The roof of the Food for Less collapsed. This is just more proof of how we're overlooked. And to add to the prostitution on G&H Street, again, it's kept south of 210. It is allowed to fester in our communities, and this must stop. San Bernardino as a whole needs to be forward. We don't have a council member that speaks for our ward. We have to speak for our ward out here ourselves. We cannot be left behind. If there is a ban, it must be a ban in the whole city, not just in the north side, not just in the fire-prone areas, which again, fireworks are illegal there. Fireworks continuously happen. We need a ban in the whole city if it's a ban to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Thank you for taking up this really important issue. I'm another one of the residents of Edgerton Drive, and speaking for basically everyone on our hill. We had a community meeting last week, and we had maybe 10 residents, a lot of whom can't be here tonight for medical reasons or work reasons or other reasons, but were unanimous in the threat posed to our lives by the unregulated use of these Airbnbs. This only started happening a few years ago. One family started buying every house that went up for sale and turning them into party houses. So it's not somebody just renting out a spare bedroom to somebody who's in town for the weekend. They're rented specifically for the purpose of having rowdy, loud, unregulated parties. And in addition to the fire danger, and I've also been here almost 30 years, so I've been through multiple fires, and it's scary. The last one, you can't have a fire truck and a car go past at the same point, at the same time on some of the street, at the narrowest part of the street. So once the fire started and the fire trucks were there, the cars couldn't go down. We had to literally walk down this very steep incline to, for those of you who know what used to be the Castaways. We had to walk down that really steep slope because our cars couldn't go down because you can't get a car and a fire truck through the narrow part of the street. And speaking as a resident of like the upper part of Edgerton, I want to also call your attention to the fact that the emergency vehicles don't just come for fires, they come for medical emergencies. And I'm going to be 80 in a couple months. My next door neighbor is a few years older than I am. He has had a stroke. He's been in the hospital in the past year for a heart condition. 2 doors down, next to the worst party house, there was a woman who was in her upper 80s who had to be brought here by her daughter to live with her because of her fragile health condition. She's needed the ambulance twice in the last year. And at the far end of the cul-de-sac is our wonderful neighbor, Ed, who's going to be 97 this weekend, and he's had to have the ambulance come a couple of times in the past year. So it isn't just that we need the road access clear and get rid of the stuff to get the fire trucks through, but we have more frequent medical emergencies than we have fires. Thank goodness we don't have the fires that often, but we do have very frequent need to get those same vehicles up the street to deal with medical emergencies, and you can't do it if they're blocked. There was one night where and I was shocked that you only showed 2 incidents on Edgerton because we're constantly calling to complain about all the violations. But one night they did send out the police and the tow trucks and everything, and it took about an hour to clean out the cul-de-sac. But what happens if anybody on the cul-de-sac is having a heart attack or a stroke or some other serious condition? They could die while we're waiting to get the traffic cleared. So thank you for taking action.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Guadalupe Ortega. I was born and raised here in San Bernardino. So I consider myself an active member of this community. It's also my home. It's also the place where I conduct business. I'm also a short-term rental operator. And most importantly, I'm a mother. This business has given me something incredibly meaningful, the ability to be a fully present, full-time mom while still providing for my family. It allows me to be there for everyday moments that matter without choosing between my child or financial stability. This business doesn't just support my household, it supports people in our community, local cleaners, gardeners, handyman, maintenance workers who rely on this home for income. So when we talk about short-term rentals, we're not just talking about properties. We're talking about real people, local livelihoods. I want to also acknowledge the concerns that my fellow neighborhood people have addressed today, which is safety, including fires, overdoses, nuisance behavior. Those are serious issues, and I do believe they should absolutely be addressed. But those situations are not the reality for responsible hosts like myself. They are examples of individuals who are already violating the law. I understand concerns have been raised about noise, parties, and neighborhood impact. And I agree, those issues should definitely be taken seriously. But some of these concerns are already being addressed currently under current laws. For example, San Bernardino Municipal Code, Chapter 8.54, which enforces noise limits and quiet hours, and San Bernardino County Code Section 84.24, which prohibits excessive noise and disturbances under a reasonable standard. So these issues are not just short-term rentals themselves, it's making sure that bad actors are held accountable. I also want to acknowledge the concern that the city might not have enough personnel to monitor and enforce the regulations, and I understand that concern, but short-term rentals today are not unmanaged. Platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, built-in accountability, including verified guest identities, verification tracking, review systems, and help flag problematic behavior. With a permit system, 24-hour contact requires and clear penalties responsibly is placed directly on operator, not solely on the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Eric Meza. I'm speaking regarding the short-term rentals. I'm not a corporation. I'm not an investor. I'm a homeowner, a son helping his mother get ahead. My father passed away, so this is why I'm taking care of my mother and stepping in, helping her, and a helping hand. She came into this country not knowing English as an immigrant, and in some ordinance, instead of banning. I have a small ADU on my property. I live on the site. I see everything. I manage everything. I take full responsibility to everything, and this isn't passive income. This is active daily work, day and night. And the income for that unit helps us stay afloat, covering bills, property taxes, and rising of cost of living. I understand the city is considering different options to regulate, to ban, to take no action, but I want to be clear. A full ban does not solve the problem. It punishes the wrong people. There is a big difference between large investors buying multiple homes and local homeowners like myself, who live on the property and do things the right way. I'm not taking housing off the market. I'm using the space I already have responsibly. Also, like platforms like Airbnb, Vrbo Booking, already have a built-in protection. Parties are not allowed. There are systems in place and flag and block bookings to suggest over-occupancy. They monitor messages for risky behavior, and neighbors have a direct line to report disruptive properties. These safeguards already exist, and they work on the combined with local enforcement. If you're going to move forward with regulation, I ask you to consider something fair and balanced. Require short-term rentals, move forward with regulation, and I ask you to consider something fair for San Bernardino and the people. That way, if someone expands and buys another home here, they are still part of this community, not an outside investor, with no accountability. Because if you ban short-term rentals completely, you're not hurting big investors. They'll supply and move on. You're hurting like myself, local residents, business owners, and staying afloat and build something great. You're taking away a safety net, a source of stability and opportunity for families to move forward. I agree, there should be rules, but instead, banning everything, create a system that supports responsibility. Require owner-occupant properties, require San Bernardino County residents and enforce noise and parking rules, and hold actors accountability. Because the problem isn't responsible homeowners, it's lack of enforcement systems and processes on the ones who abuse it. I'm not asking for a special treatment. I'm asking for fairness. Let responsible homeowners continue to operate while you regulate ones causing problems. Because for me, this isn't just a business. This is how I help my mother and protect what we worked hard for. Don't ban an opportunity, regulate responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Arvin Santos. I'm here I know that you're considering to ban short-term rentals because of perceived costs of regulation. However, a total ban is an oversimplified solution that damages our local businesses and jobs much more than it improves the city's finance. I want to address the concerns about the neighborhood safety and the bad actors. Platforms like Airbnb has evolved. They have been established strict multi-layered screening process and automated technology to flag and prevent high-risk bookings before they even happen. Airbnb implemented sophisticated AI screening to flag party house risk before a booking even happens. Airbnb established a 24/7 neighborhood support line and robust host reliability system that removes poor managers. If the city's primary concern is cost of oversight, the solution isn't to kill the industry. It's to implement the sensible registration fee that makes the program self-sustaining. A ban doesn't just affect property owners, it hits the invisible workers that keeps our city running. Think of the independent housekeepers, think of the local gardeners, the handyman and electrician, plumbers, small-scale decorators, and co-hosts who manages the properties like myself. When a guest stays in a short-term rental, they are not just eating at the restaurant. They are walking down the street to our local cafes, shopping at the boutiques, pumping money into our neighborhood restaurants. This foot traffic is the lifeblood of our small business community. Removing STRs means removing those customers for these small local businesses. Instead of a ban, let's work with platform like Airbnb to report bad listings and enforce permits and fines. This is a cost-effective solution of the problem, and local workers will retain their jobs and small businesses continue to thrive. Please don't close the doors on the future of the travel. Keep City of San Bernardino open, accessible, and vibrant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Diane Adluan, and I'm a local SDR host here in San Bernardino. I'm also a nurse and a mom, and like many families right now, I rely on this income to keep up with the rising cost of living. Inflation has made it incredibly difficult, and this has helped me provide stability for my family. I followed the March 18 council meeting, and I heard the concerns, especially around enforcement, budget, and neighborhood impact. One thing that stood out was cost. From what was shared, whether the city regulates or bans short-term rentals, both require funding. And even with fees from platforms like Airbnb, it may still not be enough. The problem is not the industry. It's a small amount of bad actors. On March 18, it was mentioned that most complaints are coming from fewer than 10 properties out of 108 properties, which means the majority of hosts, like myself, are operating responsibly. However, after hearing other residents, I do agree in implementing a system that bans these irresponsible short-term rentals. So I have to ask, are we considering eliminating an entire industry because of fewer than 10 properties? We're not running party houses, and we're not disrupting neighborhoods, only a few. And I'd like to share something that wasn't mentioned. Well, the other host mentioned it already, but Airbnb has good neighborhood policies, quiet hours, and anti-party measures, and systems that actively flag high-risk bookings. If someone even mentions a party in their messages, it can be flagged and they may not be allowed to book. So I urge other residents to please use that hotline to call, and maybe we can resolve this issue and report those bad actors to Airbnb. There are real consequences. Listing reported for parties or repeated issues can be penalized, suspended, or permanently removed. And on top of that, most responsible hosts, like myself, are to use occupancy limits, noise monitoring, crowd monitoring to prevent these issues from before they even happen. The system to identify and remove bad actors already exists. If short-term rentals are banned, I respectfully ask, Mayor, and the City Council members, who will be responsible for the loss of income that families like mine and local other workers depend on? This isn't about hosts, it's about an entire network of local jobs, cleaners, maintenance workers, and many others who rely on this income. So before the city spends more resources or takes away income from residents, has the city considered partnering up with platforms like Airbnb?
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers for this item.
Thank you. I am now closing the public hearing at 6:32 p.m. for deliberation action. And now it's for council to comment. And I do have Councilmember Ibarra followed by Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, public, for coming out to speak. Gives us two different perspectives on how to address this. I believe I also requested our staff to give us a revised Decker Technologies agreement, and I still see the September 2025 one. I checked online right now, and it shows the
Yeah,
old
Councilman Ibarra, they are going to honor that agreement, so it's not changing. That's why we didn't update it.
Why can't they provide something in writing to say that? Why are we relying on an old contract?
I think it's in writing. I just maybe didn't include it in your thing. Yeah, but they did confirm that they will honor those numbers.
Okay, and it says here that they're willing to talk to us on the phone and confirm.
Yes.
Are they available right now? And
I have to get
because I don't feel comfortable with even pursuing an agreement if it's not current.
No, I have to get my phone, and then I'll dial the number, and then I'll put it on speaker, and then they will. Do you want me to do that?
I don't think we could do that. Please, staff, confirm.
I just didn't see the newer copy, and I've been asking for it for the last two meetings. How hard is it to get it?
Correct, Councilmember Ibarra. If your concern is the price being consistent, the Community Development Director had confirmed it is, and what we can do is you could do the action if that makes you more comfortable, based on the condition that the price is still the same as was shown.
And
you could do that type of action, and that would.
And I've asked for it several times already. Yeah. I just don't know why it's not included here. Yeah. But besides that point, I also want to address, of course, the banning. If we're going to ban one area of the city, it has to be done across the whole city. I hear what everybody's saying because, frankly, we did it with the fireworks. And, you know, if they can't light them up on the north end, they'll light them up on the south end. And the south end also has areas of high fire possibilities. So it's one of those things that if we're going to ban something, we can ban it But I wanted to ask the question, if let's say we do a regulation portion of it, can Deckard, I saw the cost. If we were to hire code enforcement for just this, it's gonna cost way too much than what's revenue that the city's gonna get. If we hire Deckard, if they can flag those properties that have been constantly a nuisance in those neighborhoods to be shut down, and then the city, I don't know if we can do something of imminent danger if the property owner continues to rent out the property even after being flagged as not suitable for rental. There's something, I want to see if Deckard can do that also, because like these, I understand the families are trying to make ends meet and this is a source of revenue for themselves, but if it affects the whole community, ADA, first responders, taxes, I'm really concerned with that. So we have to find ways of solving this. I'm not against businesses, but I'm also not in favor of causing these problems to our senior citizens or people that need emergency services throughout our city. Those would be my only comments, and I've been, like I said, I've been asking for that revision, and it hasn't come through. There's been contracts that have come to us that were not completed, and in the end, we see exorbitant amounts of money being asked for from the city. Okay, that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Ortiz, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I think City Manager, the staff needs to do better than wanting to get on the phone during the middle of a meeting, because Councilwoman Ibarra did ask for this multiple times. And the point of this was so that we made sure we have all that information in front of us to make the decision we needed to. So if you think that's an acceptable answer from staff, then we're on two very different pages right now, because I didn't appreciate that response to her, and I'm just gonna let you know that right now. Or to any council member. Be ready, be prepared, or stop wasting our time. Thank you. So next, when we look at a map that says where are they, my question is where are we? There's 108 households right now that are up for discussion in a city with roughly 65,000 households, which means that we are taking out of consideration roughly 64,892 other households that aren't hosting parties when it's convenient for them. And so where is that in this conversation? Because when we buy our homes, one of the things that is about these attractive areas, especially in these wider populations, is that we aren't inconvenienced with people using them as a crash pad for their entertainment purposes, when we are paying our property taxes, when we are investing into a community for a certain quality of life. And so I heard that speaker, it's interesting when I hear people referred to as hosts and not homeowners. So that's a little difference of a context of conversation for someone, because when you talk about someone coming here to walk to a boutique or go get somewhere to eat in some type of district, that's literally not our city. And that's the problem, is we do not have a city that's built like that, which is why we're looking for these type of investments. I have another issue, and Councilwoman Ibarra hit on this, about us delineating the type of enforcement where we do it based on fire zones. And Mr. Alvarado is absolutely correct. We have this tendency of pushing whatever we don't want out of the top of the city and into the heart of the city, but you can still light a house on fire even if there aren't trees around it. When people are in backyards, when people are shooting off fireworks, when people are partying, when people are drinking and doing whatever they want to do, we don't have the enforcement to regulate these things. And $364,000 a year isn't even going to rebuild a home in a non-fire area. So when we look at the type of compaction, when you talk about CRMs, here's what I want to know, Mr. Elliott. When you talk about the CRMs that come through for these specific homes, do people call in specifically and complain about an Airbnb? Are they noise complaints? How do you distinguish in a CRM system what is Airbnb related versus what is citywide related?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Ortiz, yes, they would, in this particular instance, they would identify them as vacation rentals.
So what if they don't know that? What if they're just like, hey, the neighbors down the street are being super noisy right now and there's a big party going on?
Well, to me, if that was the complaint, it would be a wrong complaint to the wrong, it would be the right complaint to the wrong agency, because a code enforcement, when you get a CRM, and you're complaining about somebody being noisy, that is not something that a code enforcement officer would immediately respond to.
You said they're classified.
That would be something that a police officer or the police department would respond to those kind of disturbances.
So then are these not classified as CRMs?
These are classified as CRMs, but the way they were reported, they're not reported for instant action. The CRMs, when they come in, it is something that we would investigate if they come in the night before. Sometimes they're coming through the call center, for example. We access that information. Yes, we access that information. So these are not live calls. That something is happening right now. Please send a code enforcement. No.
So how does PD then, if calls come in at the evening, then I guess someone's calling a noise complaint, how are they then classified? Do we know if they are Airbnb related, or are they just general noise? Because we say there's only 4, but do our neighbors know that?
I don't know how the police department classifies these kinds of calls, but so that we have 2 officers here in the chambers that can address that if necessary. But they're not here for this item, but that's what.
Okay, so when we say there's only been 4, that's not actually accurate. City Manager, how are we categorizing this? When we stand here and give a presentation and say there's only 4 calls, is that accurate?
So, Councilman Ortiz, you have a good point. Based on the calls, when they identify and they call in, if they're calling about a short-term rental, then they hit that category, and that's 4. There may be other noise complaints or other complaints that may be related to it, that they may have coded it or they may have called it in a different category. It's hard to determine that, but you may be right. There may be more calls than that on this, but what my experience has been is if a short-term rental tends to be a problem, usually people will identify it when they call that it is a short-term rental. But you may be right that there may be some other calls.
But we don't have
unrelated.
a history. We don't have that put into this presentation, because to say there's only been 4 issues with 108 different houses. The math ain't mathin' for me, because this issue isn't just on Edgerton. This issue is over by Yamava. This issue exists down by the Orange Show when there are raves going on. This issue is over by the golf course. I think Valencia, Ralston is one of the general areas that people come over and complain in. So what I find is that to centralize a problem to one specific portion of the area without actually being able to truly calculate the calls in the consistency of which they're coming in, because we do not classify them as such, because why would your neighbor know someone down the street decided to rent their house out? And I wouldn't believe for a second that anybody's going to let some strangers just randomly show up to their house on a weekend and rent out a single family home that them and their families live in every single day and just be like, here, have full run of it. So I think there's more to it. What are we doing for the business? I think what you've created here is still so many more questions than answers, because what it comes down to is we just don't have the capacity for this. You can have every rule and regulation in place. A ban is really the only way to get on a map, see what's being listed, and then go cite it. Because after the fact isn't working for residents. Hopefully we're gonna get some type of revenue isn't working for residents. Mike Hartley said it great, right? I mean, we just don't have it here for all of this. And so I support the residents and what you're saying about fearing your home burning down, but I think we all are, because internally, and I think the council, well, I can't get into specifics, we talk about this. We may want something at a 33,000 level, but the problem is we cannot execute from the inside out. The city doesn't execute. It's why we have slumlords, it's why we have prostitution, it's why we have vacancies, it's why the city burns, because we can't execute from the inside of City Hall to the outside into the city. And that's the same way I feel about this, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought there was someone ahead of me. A lot of what I I think everyone knows my position. I've been in favor of a ban from the beginning. And in order to, and that alleviates the problems of banning it in the north end and not in the south end, or vice versa. Tonight we've heard, I believe there were 9 speakers. It's about 50-50 as far as for or against. We have 108 roughly short-term rentals. Airbnb may be a great organization, and they may have mechanisms in place to deal with a lot of these issues. There are other short-term rentals. Airbnb has become Kleenex for tissue. It's a generic term, and the real term is short-term rentals, and there's a number of organizations that do them, and I'm sure they all have their own rules, regulations, and what have you. I agree with my colleague that says we just don't have the resources, and we're talking about 2 different kinds of resources. We're talking about code, but the issues that we're experiencing with some of these problem homes are police issues. And out of 108, all you need is about 5 in a year that experienced what was experienced up in my neighborhood. And full disclosure, this is an area that's a problem, without a doubt. But all you need is 5 of those. And I guarantee you, the resources used that one night would be probably a third or more of what it would take to eat up all the revenue that we're getting. So I'm not sure, as they say, the juice is worth the squeeze for, let's say, 100 really good hosts, as they call them. But the 8 or 10 or 15, the small percentage of bad actors, we are not Palm Springs. We are not Coachella Valley, where they've had Stagecoach, they've had all the events down there, they've got the polo fields, they've got restaurants. As was said earlier, we are not a walking city, walking to restaurants and spending money at boutiques. That is just not who we are right now. And so I still support the ban because I think it's the easiest way to really deal with it. And I'm sorry for the 100 or so good hosts that are doing this to increase their income or to supplement their income. I think most of them are really to make a lot of money, not just to supplement their income. I don't think it's so that they can pay their rent. I don't know that. I haven't done a survey, but I think I had a couple of owners buttonhole me at one evening, and they said how great it was for them. And it was like $300,000 a year that person was making on what he was renting. Now, whether it was good renters or bad renters or problematic or not, I don't know. But I don't think $300,000 is a supplement to his income so that he can survive or so that he can purchase food and gas and pay his rent. So I don't have a problem with the concept of short-term rentals, but I think the major issue that we have in this town is who's going to do it's been said, we aren't taking care of some of the issues that we need to take care of right now. I don't think that we're at full capacity either in the police department, even though we've budgeted for it, or in code enforcement, and that's budgeted for. So I think the easy way, and I'm not looking always for the easiest solution, but I think maybe the fair way is just to ban them. Everybody's under the same rule, and everyone's banned, and it's not just one area or one type or on a hillside or not on a hillside. And by the way, there is properties that are on hills that are south of the 210 freeway, so it's got nothing to do with fireworks. And it's really got nothing to do with the hosts. They're good people. I'm sure most of them are doing it for the right reasons, and they're trying to be good hosts. It's that one time that the tenants get out of hand and destroy a neighborhood because of a fire on a windy night, a cigarette butt, whatever. And those people, they get in their cars and they drive back to their homes, And what were they here for? They were here for a rave. They weren't here for the polo matches. They weren't here for a football game, a professional football game. They weren't here. I don't think they're coming to Yamava because those are one-night events. People are coming into town and they drive there and they go home. So again, it's a complex and a difficult issue. And at the very least, I don't know, I may have overlooked it, Gabriel, but do we have a list that just says this, and this is approved, this, and this is not allowed? Do we have that list? I sent you a list that we had 2 or 3 years ago. I've got it on my phone. I sent it to you. It was done, and I pointed out the fact that there was a clear banning of certain activities in certain areas, and I don't see that anywhere in the backup. Do we have a clear list of things that are not allowed and that are allowed?
Councilmember Charette, Exhibit C.
Maybe you don't know,
and also
I don't think we do. And we did when we first brought it. We've been kicking this thing around for 4 or 5 years, and it's ridiculous that we can't come to some resolution on this. And I think the answer is a full ban, and I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
I don't believe the votes are there to do it, but I'm going to make that
Thank
motion.
you.
We can try.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmember Figueroa.
I first want to thank all of the public commenters that did come to speak regarding this issue, regardless of what side that you're on for banning or not banning. Thank you for coming and expressing your viewpoints, and especially for the homeowners that are living in the situations that are impacted. I just want to, to the individuals that are living on streets that do have different characteristics, I don't think their intention is to disenfranchise and push these Airbnbs to other parts of the city. I think a lot of times we mischaracterize situations as such. We do have a diverse city. We do have neighborhoods that literally only have one point of entry and exit into those communities with very narrow streets and that are in very high fire-prone areas. I know I have them at my ward. So neighborhoods like that would be an absolute concern with inviting Airbnbs in those communities. So regardless of where we stand, whether we're going to ban or not, I do want to take that in consideration, because again, there are neighborhoods that do have very limited ingress and egress into those communities. I think really what is at the center of whether you're for or against is enforcement. And I think that is still what is lacking in regards to whether we ban, because someone did say it, and I have to agree, it's an oversimplified solution, because banning, still we have to enforce. There is still going to be illegal short-term rental operators in the city. Just because you ban something doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So still the question is, how are we going to enforce? There's some estimates here of $324,000 for potential revenue. Obviously, and this is the same point that I brought up when it came to the firework ban, we ban it, we don't have any revenue. So if staff could hopefully opine in regards to what the course of action would be for enforcement if a ban was to take place in the city of San Bernardino.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Canals. So if a ban was going to take place, the first thing we would have to do is we would get in touch with Decker Technology. They would be the ones that would actually show us where these activities are taking place, because right now we don't know. And the scatter map that I showed earlier that shows where the registrations are, they will be the ones that would show when are homes advertised and when are the advertisements pulled, and that's how they know whether or not it's been occupied. So if they advertise and then the ad is pulled, it means somebody got into those homes. So we would start with that list, and then we would have to go and send them a letter and inform them that your activity is banned. Now, that picture basically is we're spending money to ban the activity, but we're not getting the resources out of that service. So we're going to pay somebody to actually monitor that, but what are we getting in return? We're not getting anything in return. Now, if we regulate it, at least we're going to say we got a registration fee. We can limit the number of people in their homes. We can limit a lot of different activities, inspections prior to, inspections afterwards. I mean, if we really want to do this, we can do this properly. It can be done. Many jurisdictions are doing this, and it doesn't take an army of code enforcement officers or whatever to regulate this process. You register, you pay the fee. If you violate any of the conditions stipulated in the agreement more than twice, the permit gets pulled. So you can't regulate anymore. So at least we know who is doing what in the city. If we ban it, yes, we write them all letters. They say thank you very much, and we continue to monitor them, and then we kind of start writing letters to them and saying you're in violation of blah 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 blah. I mean, we've got all kinds of other unforeseen expenses like legal fees, people challenging the city's rights to do whatever. So it's, to me, all things considered, and I totally respect, just taking the easy way out of banning it, but San Bernardino, in my perspective, is not a major destination for anybody for this to be an issue that we can't really put our arms around. Now, during the rave events, yes, Councilmember Figueroa did mention about how we can maybe get some additional funding from the rave activities. I've realized that we don't have a contract with the rave people. What is that place called? The Insomniac, we don't have a contract with them. They have a contract with the state facility down, in our city. So that is part of the challenge, that we have is, yeah, we can go and identify these people, but we're paying money to find these things because we don't know who they are. Now, neighbors can turn in neighbors and say they're operating, but for us to legally do it and do it properly, we have to go by, you placed an ad on such and such a date, we found you online, and you're renting your house for Airbnb or Verbo or whatever. And that is how the easiest way to go about doing this, so that everybody's on the same level playing field. That's the way I would approach it.
My next question for the option to regulate, within the resolution that was created, it leaves the kind of openness or vagueness for us to, as a city council, at a later time, come back with the actual stipulations of the violations. Is that correct? Am I interpreting that correctly?
If you look at one of the exhibits in your staff report, the one with the beige colored heading says registration, it does say that if we decide that we like what we see in the column that says San Bernardino, we can adopt those in addition to whatever action the City Council decides to take tonight. So for registration, they will register. They will pay a fee to register. There is enforcement activity, which is if you violate, you start getting issued $1,000 a day, and so on and so forth. And you have the opportunity to add anything else you think might be relevant to regulating this activity. I mean, the purpose of this is for there to be some kind of a dialogue between the City Council and staff so that we know exactly what your concerns are. We can bring this forward to you again, and we will still continue to have the same issue because we want you to identify what are the specifics, what makes it work for you, what would you like to see in this regulation, because we have shown you what other jurisdictions are doing about it. So if you like what you see, then we can adopt these same standards. They're not very extraneous, in my opinion. The fee for registering is about $500 or $600. And so that fee now becomes something that we would collect, like I mentioned earlier, multiply that by 108 properties, we get, we get some additional revenue from that. Yeah. So I mean, I just see a lot of pluses. To me, I don't really see most of the disadvantages, but I know they are there.
Of the $324,000 that was estimated, does that estimation include that possible $500 fee?
Could you say that again, member?
The $324,000 estimate that was provided,
Yes.
is that inclusive of that $500 fee?
Oh, no. So you have that $500 fee is actually on top. So the $24,000 is the TOT that we will recoup, depending on how much you rent your property for. So if you rent your property for $1,000 per whatever, the city gets $100. So if you multiply that by several properties, that is where that $324,000 comes from. So if it's $1,000 a month in a year, that's 1,000 times 12 for one property alone, and then you multiply that by several properties. That is what that $324,000 is coming from, plus the registration fee, which would be every time you register. Another way to control this is to limit the number of.
Mr. City Manager has a comment.
I would just say, to clarify and to just simplify it, there's two financial aspects. One is you would have the $324,000 that's estimated, but that's just an estimate. That is similar to your bed tax or TOT or whatever you want to call it that you get in a hotel. Then there's the code enforcement, which is what Gabriel was talking about. That would be separate, and that would be going for code enforcement efforts as far as the code enforcement, as far as the fee, and then any fines that we do for code enforcement. And I can see both arguments to this issue. I've actually dealt with this issue way too long. I've dealt with this issue, I hate to say it, since the 1990s, before you even had, or maybe early 2000s, before you even had Airbnb and Vrbo and all those other companies. I did it when they used to advertise in the newspapers. So there's definitely legitimate arguments to both ways. There's quality of life arguments, but then there is, if you regulate, what I've done in one city, when you regulate, it actually doesn't create that significant more work, because what you do is when there's police calls, then that gets funneled to the code enforcement, then they do the follow-up the next day, and then if you do a regulatory process, you would actually be sending out letters to the individuals. It's a little bit more controlled environment.
Thank you. Councilor Figueroa, followed by Councilor Ortiz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In fact, some of the questions I had were already addressed, but I guess I'll say them again or share a couple of other things also, that there are parts of the city that are south of the 210 freeway, and I'll just mention a couple in the 3rd Ward that do have some of those same issues that are present in the north end, right? I can think of Meridian and Mill Street, where there are a couple of hundred homes in that area, and they literally just have one way in, one way out. And so, then there's Congress Street, Bellevue, where the streets are so narrow that as it is right now, it's so difficult to even to navigate your way through those streets as well. But there are other parts of the city that do have some of those same issues. But currently, the motion on the floor is the adoption of ordinance MC 1661, which is the ban. If this were to go through, what would be the anticipated costs associated with enforcing this, I guess?
Councilmember Figueroa, so the associated costs would be the contract amount from our Deca Technology, which would be the $16,500 that they would now basically do research on the properties that are basically operating this business. And then there'll be administrative costs on our end, because the city now has to send a letter out on our letterhead, and I think we have to pay the postage. I don't think that responsibility would be the responsibility of Decker Technology. Their job is just to basically flush these things out to us and tell us where they are and so on and so forth. So we would have 16.5, and then we would have additional costs for mailings and things like that, which I cannot make any assessment at this particular time. But I think a first-class postage stamp these days costs almost about 90 cents.
And would that be times 108?
Council,
Yes.
please.
No, and as far as code enforcement officers available to continue enforcing a ban, since that falls under your department, do you have a rough idea as far as what that cost would actually be?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Figueroa, as I mentioned earlier, we have a team of code enforcement officers who currently monitor different sectors of the city. In addition to that manpower, we are willing to actually dedicate one officer to this effort, in addition to the resources of other officers that would actually help. So we don't anticipate any kind of significant hardship from doing this, because once we do it, hopefully it's a one-time thing. We send a letter out. If there's still stragglers, Decker Technology will continue to alert us to who those are. We can continue to send the letter, and then it becomes an issue where if the activities still continue, we start issuing, violation notices, and then we can, if they continue to operate, then there might be opportunities for citations and getting additional resources if they fail to pay, and if they, it's a long process for us to actually get anything back from whatever citation.
Mr. City Manager, you want to
so
intervene?
to try to simplify it, whether you have a ban or you have a regulation, you're going to have basically the same cost for enforcement under either scenario, because 108, you're not going to just increase exponentially the number of short-term rentals just because you have a regulation, because right now people are doing it, but it's because we just don't have a regulatory environment. So you're going to have pretty much the same cost. Where you're going to have an increased cost if you regulate, where you have the increased cost is you'll have an increased cost because you'll need to set up a system where you have people have to register and all that. So you'll have that increased cost if you regulate, where you'll have a little bit increased cost if you decide to do a ban, because you're still going to have the costs. For instance, for Eckerd or Decker, you're going to have that same cost, that same base cost under either scenario. You're going to have that cost. So whatever that cost is, you're going to have that same cost. But then if you have the ban, what you'll probably have is you'll be looking at that, and then you'll have to send out letters and things like that. You'll be able to have some enforcement costs on that, but you won't have any registration. You won't have registration revenues come back, but you'll have enforcement revenues that come back.
And that's what I was trying to figure out, is the scenarios that were being described. What is the cost of the ban, and then what is the cost of regulation, right? Because one is going to have a little bit more than the other. And so with the ban, and that's all, I was just trying to figure out what is the actual cost, because now this is the third time we're having this hearing, right? And so I will be asking this again for the third time, and you've kind of alluded to it earlier, as far as the raves are concerned, right? That's the main and primary reason why so many people come in from out of town is for that purpose. Do we have the ability, are we legally allowed to assess some type of a per ticket fee, let's say $2 per ticket or $1 per ticket? In one event, just for one rave, I mean, we get about 100,000 people coming in for one weekend. That right there is 100,000, maybe even 200,000, depending on whether we do $1 or $2 per ticket, right? And that doesn't even include like cannabis events, because we allow currently under our code, I think we allow up to 6, right? And so if we do a $2 ticket on theirs, I don't think theirs are as big as the raves, but they'll probably bring in maybe 30 to 40,000 people. And so what I'm trying to get to is, are we allowed to put a fee on tickets sold for special event tickets to help enforce a ban if we are to go down the road of a ban, or to help supplement if we are to just do regulation?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. City Manager?
I think we'd have to go through legal and make sure that we could actually put a fee on the tickets, or I could have finance director evaluate that. I think that revenue necessarily would be connected, from my experience, into the short-term rentals, because I think those are events, and you have a lot of people coming in and out that are not even staying in the short-term rentals. That would be more for other types of activities, transportation, traffic, enforcement, parking, other types of things. We'd have to evaluate as far as what the ticket cost would be, but I don't think it's going to apply too much to the short-term rental.
The frustration of the council tonight, staff, please listen. They have asked these inquiries. This is now the third time. I think that's the problem. They can't make good informed decisions without all the information that's provided, that's needed, that's asked 3 times. So please, legal, staff, city manager, listen to what the council's asking. They're getting frustrated, and so we don't even know if they can make decisions tonight with all of these inquiries.
I'm just saying that tickets at the event is going to be hard to create that nexus to short-term rentals. So I think that would be a different conversation outside of short-term rentals.
Understood, but again, it goes back to the making informed decisions. Okay.
And I'll just wrap up with this.
Yes.
And I understand, and this is why I've asked the third time now, are we allowed to do that? What would that look like if we did or if we're not? So I can just get off of this topic, right? Because I've asked it a few times, and I get it. I understand that it's difficult to make a connection from ticket fees to short-term rentals, right? But then, because those people that are coming in aren't necessarily using the short-term rentals. But I would also argue, though, the people that are staying at our hotels are paying TOT, and that TOT is being used for things that those people that are staying at the hotels aren't using the resources for, right? We're able to use TOT to help fund our parks or other services in our city that the people staying at hotels aren't using or utilizing, right? Yeah. And so I'm trying to understand how I'm making the counter argument, I guess, to your point, right, is that if people who are coming in and paying a ticket fee is difficult to make a connection to short-term rentals, then what is the argument for people staying at hotels and paying TOT for services that they're not ever going to use? And so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
I would actually think your point's well taken, because I think we're almost on the same page. Because I think what I was saying is the ticket fee is actually, I would consider more of a general revenue, similar to the TOT. So I would urge you not to tie it to the short-term rental only or the enforcement, but how that could work towards general services for the city. And I can have the finance director look at ticket fee and then how that would benefit us from a financial revenue situation.
So then it would be up to the council at that point to come budget time to allocate certain funds for that. So
exactly.
So we're on the same page, then it would go into the general fund.
Right.
And then it would then be up to the council how to utilize those funds.
Right, and I can have
concerns me, but I that'll be short-lived. We kind of have a New Year's resolution type of governing sometimes, where we have these ideas that are short-lived and we don't follow through on them sometimes. So that's why I wanted to tie it down to that specifically, so that we can't then change it later on down the road, right?
Okay.
So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good question, comments. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yeah, no, I thank you for that, Councilmember Figueroa, because, I mean, honestly, like, I feel like I'm sitting in front of an Airbnb commercial, and it's really annoying because we don't have the information. We've asked for it 3 times. Could you imagine for 1 second if we sat on 3 consecutive meetings and talked about homelessness, talked about economic development, talked about parks, talked about getting back into City Hall, talked about paving streets, the way we are for 108 houses that we can't even regulate? And yet we still have to come back and ask the same question and the same question, because you're not prepared. And if you're not even prepared to ask questions which have already been preempted to you, how prepared are we for enforcement? And that's the frustration. If you can't even get the basics, what do you tell people that you're going to be able to do when they have a problem at their homes? And so I think this is why we got to take it off the table, because you can't even justify to me, first of all, that a stamp at 90 cents a piece at 108, we can't invest $97 and we'll up it for tax. Can't go to $98 to send out 108 letters. I'll tell you what, go send it certified and pay $5.80 and invest $572 to let people know you cannot break the law in the city of San Bernardino and rent your house out. And if you do, here's a $5,000 fine. What about just putting us at a space, Gabriel, where the city of San Bernardino is not somewhere you can just do whatever you want? It's not a free-for-all. You just have to be a part of the enforcement and follow the municipal code, because what I hear is nothing but excuses of why other people get to come into our city and do whatever they want. And it takes more money to let them do what they want, and then not even think that we would be reducing, if we had enforcement and a ban, well, we would decrease the number of homes that are registered in the city of San Bernardino, which would ultimately start reducing the cost of enforcement, because at some point, maybe one or two people wouldn't follow it, but the majority of these great hosts who follow the law would say, this is not acceptable here, so we're no longer going to register. Get online, look at where the blue dots pop up, and go write a ticket. I just don't get the inefficiency of government. It is just such a waste and a drain on taxpayers that we just can't do something and streamline it. So I'm sorry for my frustration, but my God, why is this so difficult? Why is everything in the city of San Bernardino such a difficult task?
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Charette, followed by Sanchez, followed by Ibarra.
Thank you, Mayor, and I might remind everybody here that this isn't the third time. It's the third time with this council. So it's about the sixth time, and it should have been banned a long time ago, because we had a council that agreed to ban it, and the staff did not come back in a week or two or a month with a ban. It would have been that simple. We would not be here today, and those 108 good hosts would probably not be renting there. And my question is, well, one is, if we were to ban them and we find someone that's not complying, can we fine them $10,000 for not complying? I mean, is that a legal question? Is there is there a point where we can ban someone $100,000 for breaking the law, for breaking our laws, for breaking San Bernardino laws? You know, that's the point I think we're trying to make here, is that San Bernardino, we've got to change the way we operate here, and we cannot be the stepchild of the county. And we've got to start standing up for what's right for our citizens, not for 108 good hosts, but for 230,000 people that live here. So do we expect those 108 good hosts, if we ban them, do we expect them to break the law? Because there's no consequence if they break the law? There's no fine. And so we go out there and say, you can't do that. You don't do that. But do we fine them $10,000, make sure we collect it, and then little by little, people aren't going to be there. The risk the reward isn't worth the risk. And San Bernardino becomes known as a place that you don't do short-term rentals. This is not rocket science. And I don't understand why it has taken us this long to do this. And we've been on this subject here tonight for an hour or more, and it's taken up more time than some of the more important issues that we have in this community. And a simple ban, there's going to be a cost associated with it. There's going to be some enforcement associated with it. But eventually, we'll ban them, and people will know they're not banned, and they won't do it in here. And if they do it, they should pay a penalty.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second already on the ban. Councilmember Sanchez, can you make it quick, please, so that we can go with the motion second? Thank you.
So I would wager that most of my colleagues who expressed some of their frustrations didn't take the opportunity before the agenda was posted, or even after the agenda was posted, to ask these questions of staff. And I would encourage my colleagues to make sure that they're not using this as an exhibit to publicly flog our staff. So what I would like to do is, I mean, they do have some valid points, and I do believe that that there are questions that need to be answered, and it's reasonable that those questions get answered. So I would move to continue this item for, I would move to continue this item for.
Is that a substitute motion, Councilmember?
Yes. So I'd like to make a motion that we continue this.
Substitute motion.
Can I please?
Substitute, yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item for 30 days so that staff can answer all the questions. If staff can answer all the questions that my colleagues have. And I would also encourage my colleagues to reach out to staff and ask those questions before that council meeting and not use
We
this
did
opportunity.
2 council meetings ago.
Councilmember, let Councilmember Sanchez complete, please.
Yeah, the mayor herself mentioned that we can't make good decisions without the information. There were some valid questions asked. I encourage staff to reach out to my colleagues, and my colleagues to reach out to staff to get those questions answered, and then bring back this pretty contentious item within 30 days. So with either at the next council meeting or the meeting to follow.
Councilmember, again, substitute motion, correct? That's Councilmember Ibarra?
I don't know how many more times we have to ask publicly at a council meeting for revised information, because I'm reading the Deckard information. Deckard has a good proposal. I'm just asking for an updated one to make sure that we are with the current proposal that they have. Everything that we've discussed as far as enforcement, notifying those owners, they do it already. It's just just us approving them, making sure that they are going to contact all these current homeowners that are renting out their properties to abide, by whatever enforcement we want to do or regulation we want to do. We want to make sure that if our city staff can't handle it, which it seems like we can't, we're not being proactive, just as Mike Hartley mentioned. For years, we've said we need code enforcement to be proactive. Do not wait until a neighbor reports another neighbor. That is a disservice to our city, because then we have code enforcement going after that one person that's getting reported, and everybody else gets ignored. We don't have the capacity to enforce. I would love to allow for Deckard to do the work that our staff can do it, but I cannot do it with an expired proposal on our agenda packet. I've asked for it for the past 3 meetings, and it still is not showing up. Simple as that. I'm okay with regulating, but ban the bad actors. Get them out of the city. If they are continuously violating the city rules, causing havoc, and preventing emergency vehicles from accessing those areas, or even the homeowners from leaving the area should a fire arise, then they should not be operating in our city, and we should be fining them for the damage they're causing our neighborhoods. Banning them, I don't know how much banning is going to help, Fred, because they're already operating. And like we had a speaker say right now, we have some that are not even listed on this map that are operating as short-term rentals. Who's to say that we really have 108? I think we have more in our city that we don't know about, and they should all be paying their fees.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There's a substitute motion to continue this item. Is there a second? Seeing none, we're going to go back to the original motion, the motion by Councilmember Charette to ban, and seconded by Councilmember Ortiz. Madam City Clerk?
The motion would be to approve Section 3 of the recommendation, which would be introduced and read by title only and waive further reading of Ordinance MC 1661 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, amending Section 19.02.050, basic provision definitions in Chapter 19.04, residential zones of the City of San Bernardino Development Code, SBMC Title 19, banning short-term and vacation rentals in the City of San Bernardino. Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
No.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Finally, yes.
Motion passes 4-3 to ban short-term rentals with Councilmember Sanchez, Ibarra, and Mayor Pro Tem Canas voting in opposition.
Thank you. We will now move on to City Manager update. Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, I want to give you an update. First, is this the right one? I will make sure. Okay. First, there's a 55-hour full closure at University Parkway this weekend. SBCTA will be closing the underpass and all ramps in both directions for 55 hours from 9 p.m. on Friday, April 17th through 5 a.m. on Monday, April 20th. The work will put in place the final configuration of the new diverging diamond interchange, which has already reduced congestion at one of the San Bernardino's busiest interchanges. Second, last Thursday, EV Realty celebrated the opening of their 9-megawatt Big Rig EV charging center on Mill Street. The facility hosts 76 fast charging stalls, will be open 24 hours a day, and can fully charge more than 200 electric trucks a day. They also announced agreements with 3 local trucking companies. This facility is believed to be the second largest EV truck charging facility in the United States. Records and Information Management Month. Over the past year, the City Clerk's Records and Information Management team of Diane Grant and Manny Hernandez have demonstrated exceptional dedication in maintaining and safeguarding the city's records, supporting transparency and accountability within the organization. The team has responded to over 2,400 California Public Records Act requests and processing more than 250 subpoenas. In recognition of these outstanding efforts, the city has proclaimed April as Records and Information Management Month. Let's see. I want to, on some city news, federal budget funding for San Bernardino Police Department Mobile Command Post. Congressman Pete Aguilar has submitted a $1.95 million community project funding budget request in the upcoming 2026 and 27 budget for a mobile command post police department. The funding is contingent upon approval of a budget by Congress. Love Your Block voting and recipient announcement. Today is the last day to vote for your favorite proposals among the 12 Love Your Block project finalists. Vote at the city homepage or grab a flyers with a QR codes which are in the back. The top 6 proposals will be announced at the Court Street Arbor Day Festival on April 25th and will receive up to $5,000 each to help their Route 66 themed community-based project. Under events this weekend, Adoption Fair this Saturday at the Animal Shelter. Animal Services will be holding their Spring into Love Adoption Fair at the shelter on Chandler Place on Saturday, April 18th from 11 to 4. There will be an adoptable dogs and cats, food trucks, pet vendors, and a family-friendly atmosphere. Adoption fees during the event are only $25 and will include a spay or neuter, vaccinations, microchipping, flea treatment, and deworming. Third annual Inland Empire History Festival. The Inland Empire History Festival will take place on Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Norton Air Base Museum on 3rd Street. There will be a historical societies, museums, local authors, musical entertainment, Inland Empire baseball mascots, and face painting, radio personalities, and food. The National Orange Show Fair opened in San Bernardino a few minutes ago and will be run through Sunday, April 19th. Play games, ride rides, listen to great music, see racing pigs, camels, sharks, stingrays, birds of prey, stingrays, and some pretty good food too. Admission is free on Wednesday, April 15th with discounted tickets available online every other day. And for those who believe in the curse, there is no rain forecast during this fair. I'm going to add one other thing to my updates based on the last conversation on short-term rentals. I think it's important based on that last conversation that I I let the council know, and this is a statistic that's been out there, but there was a lot of discussion about code enforcement and resources and all that. But I want to say, with the same resources we've had, code enforcement under the current management, under Christie, who's the current code enforcement manager, in 2025, we had 16,726 inspections were conducted by code enforcement. Previous year, in 2024, there were 6,492. That's because new processes were put in place, not more staffing. And I think we need to, when you keep saying how much is costing on staffing, what we need to do, put systems in place to be more efficient, and that's what we've been doing. And you kept asking the question, that's what we've been doing. It's not always about the dollar, it's also about what are you doing within the dollars you have to be more effective. A second thing that code enforcement did is they had a saturation day on Wednesday, April 8th. Code enforcement conducted a saturation day operation, which they call under B-Day, covering the 1st, 3rd, and 6th wards in response to increased caseloads in that particular area. During the operation, staff addressed a total of 107 code cases and CRMs. This effort resulted in 24 notices of violation, 23 administrative citations, 24 extensions granted, 12 follow-up appointments scheduled, and 24 cases closed. And so I want to congratulate code enforcement because they are trying to put new processes in place, understanding our fiscal situation. They're putting new processes in place to be more effective for the community. And I think based on the last conversation, I want to make sure that you're aware of what they're doing within the resources we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, staff. Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
I just want to thank you so much for coming back to the city of San Bernardino. It really is amazing to have you here, and you're such an asset. And this is what it looks like when we retain, and then when we sometimes lose, but then come back to our great employees. And so it's been an honor knowing you, and thank you so much for what you're doing for code enforcement. Truly appreciate you.
Thank you. Next is public comments. Before we go to public comments, we have 73 speakers tonight. I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess. Let's take a break before we sit through those comments, please. Have a 5-minute recess. We'll be right back at 7:36. Okay, moving on to public comments. At this time, public comments will be heard for items on the open session and items not on the agenda. Okay. To address the City Council, everyone must complete a speaker card and provide it to the City Clerk. Only those speaker cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Just make sure. As your name is called, please line up behind the podium. We have 2 podiums available for your convenience. Please proceed to either one as soon as your name is called. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name. Please note your name will be only called once. If you do not respond when called, you may forfeit your opportunity to speak. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. I just lost a quorum. I just lost a quorum.
Yep, we got it.
I'm back. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you will need interpreting assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back. We ask that you please observe proper decorum and do not speak out of turn or make comments from your seat. If you wish to address the mayor and city council, please be sure to submit a speaker slip. If you speak out of turn or disrupt the meeting, a warning may be given and/or you will be asked to leave the meeting pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9 and Penal Code 403.
En este momento se escucharán los comentarios públicos para artículos de la agenda y artículos que no están en la agenda. Para dirigirse al Consejo Municipal, cada individuo debe completar una tarjeta de orador. Se debe completar la tarjeta de orador y entregarla a la secretaria municipal en este momento. Solo aquellas tarjetas de orador entregadas a la secretaria municipal podrán dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. No se aceptarán tarjetas tardías. Cada persona debe indicar su nombre para registro antes de comenzar sus comentarios. Al ser llamado, por favor, forme una fila en el orden anunciado. Disponemos de 2 podios para su conformidad. Diríjase a cualquiera de ellos tan pronto como se le llame su nombre. Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar que requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la Junta en español. Le pedimos que, por favor, observe el debido decoro y no hable fuera del turno ni realice comentarios desde su asiento. Si desea dirigirse a la alcaldesa y al Consejo Municipal, asegúrese de presentar una hoja de orador. Si habla fuera de turno o interrumpe la reunión, podrá recibir una advertencia y o se le pedirá que abandone la sesión conforme a la sección 54957.9 del Código Gubernamental y la sección 403 del Código Penal.
Thank you. Gracias. We have about 73 speakers tonight. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Madam City Clerk.
Damon Alexander, Prince O, Leon Madlock, Tony Chandra, Jeremiah Maddox, Scott Olson, Eric Marquez, Ron Alvarado, Jasmine Robles, Sandra Madison, Al Palazzo, Tanya Smith, Christian Shaughnessy, Kim Calvin, Dolores Armstead, John Schollenberger, Lydia Savala, Nori Ruiz, Jessica Esquivel, Denise Perry, Ricky Van Johnson, Quincy Charlize, Jan Robinson, Alondra Nodal, Connor Bush, Mike Hartley, Alicia Nash, Crystal Calara, Betty Ford, Betty Grant, Evie Robertson, Joyce Smith, Barbara Scott, Lisa Chapman, Sandra Jackson, Virginia Stewart, Patricia Williams, Melania Garcia.
Thank you. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am Damon Alexander. I'm asking you to walk back the censure of Treasurer Ortiz because I love the city and I love this council. And I don't believe that the facts presented on April 1st warrants a censure for these following reasons. First, Councilmember Ortiz stated many times to the public that she had never been arrested, and that the pattern of conduct by which the city established showed evidence that Councilmember Ortiz indeed had been arrested on June 22nd, 2006 for 243 domestic battery on a person. But you cannot use that against her because it is her past, and the only things that she is guilty of is lying to the 7th Ward residents in the city of San Bernardino. Then the city presented the arrest of Dr. Ortiz on March 7, 2015 by LAPD for 243 battery on a person. For you cannot use that against her either for the same reasons. Again, she is only guilty of lying to the 7th Ward residents in the city of San Bernardino. Her bankruptcies, nothing more than mismanagement of her personal funds. Then on March 25th, 2025, Councilmember Ortiz filed a $2 million lawsuit against the city. It took 5 years, and she waited until she held a seat of power. Sounds like a money grab, but if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but you can't use that against her either because it has not been adjudicated. Then on February 27, 2026, for the first time, as long as it can be known, a letter of cease and desist was issued to her. And I quote from the letter, "It had come to the city's attention that you, Councilmember Ortiz, have engaged in a pattern of conduct directed towards city staff that raises serious concerns about the professionalism, your harassment, and misuse of authority," end quote. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I have not witnessed nor heard Treasurer Ortiz violate this cease and desist order. Thus, this censure appears to be punitive in nature, and I know we are better than this. Then, San Bernardino District Attorney's Office filed a criminal complaint on Dr. Ortiz for violation of 632A and C for unlawful recording confidential conversations. The city cannot use this censure to censure her because she has the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. I must say, let's look at your decision. Then, Councilmember Ortiz, in an attempt to conceal her criminal arrest by impersonating San Bernardino personnel, which is another criminal violation of 538D, Section 2C. The question is, why didn't the council direct the city attorney to file a criminal case with the district attorney's office? We have directed the city attorney to file cases with lesser evidence. If there was anyone else in this room who impersonated San Bernardino personnel, anyone in this chambers, we would be in handcuffs. But I have digressed. For these reasons I have stated, please reverse your decision. Let us be the council of fair and just. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Mike Hartley. I was going to go have dinner because I didn't have dinner. But I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that Christy Roletter is the best. And I wish we had 20 of them, but we don't. But I can tell you in the 4th Ward, somebody on next door sent over in front of an apartment complex where somebody had thrown out all this trash out on the lawn, a couch, clothes, sat there for 2 weeks. I saw it on next door. I emailed Christy and I said, this is the problem with San Bernardino. The next day it was cleaned up. What I am saying, I got nothing against Ms. Roletter. I am saying we need to be proactive, is what I am saying. We need to hire more code enforcement officers. You expect her to do it with 18 code enforcement officers. Drive around the city. It's frickin' impossible. It's just not going to happen. We've got to get it cleaned up. And I feel like the system itself still needs to be worked on. There is no, when you turn in a CRM, they close it out. Well, a lot of people who don't know the system think, okay, well, it was taken care of. Well, no, it wasn't taken care of. All it was put in the system. Now, if it's cleaned up, I don't see a reply saying it was cleaned up. It's like there was no follow-through, no follow-up. Sometimes I drive by the violation, and it is cleaned up. But I never got any kind of notice saying it was cleaned up. And let me tell you something, my fuel now is costing me a lot of money because I drive around. I want to make sure they're cleaned up. But again, Christy, you're doing a great job. And I hope you continue to stay with San Bernardino. It's a tough job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Leon Madlock. I serve as the advocate for the homeless in the San Bernardino region as well as Southern California. I want to commend Mayor Tran and the City Council for the work that you are doing with the homeless population. You're building a nice building at the start to help the homeless get off the street. Over 30 families are being addressed in that situation. I do see the problems that are facing in San Bernardino, over 3,000 homeless here in the city and over 5,000 in the county. And I see what is going on, and I see the template that you have in place, a template that to change the things. And anytime you put a template in place, it is a pre-designed pattern, mold, or model used to create a new, consistently and efficient system. So when you go through with a template, you have growing pains. And anytime you have a template in place, you have to grow into that template. And I see your staff growing in. Many homeless have told me they are happy to see what is happening. They're happy to see that buildings are being built and places are being put in place. And I see I also see the ownership with you in San Bernardino College, that they are training clinicians and mental health professionals there, because that's where the problem is. A lot of our homeless veterans, as well as the homeless period, have mental health issues. We need more clinicians trained to go out in the community and help, not only to feed, but to show them how to get assistance. I believe if you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. But if you teach a man how to fish, he eat for life. And we need to teach that to all our people that are less fortunate, that need help. Over 3,000 people are still homeless in the San Bernardino area, but we are working on it. I see what you have in place. It's very important that you stay the course and stay together. You know, don't let outside entities come in and take you off course. You have a good thing going. Stay the course and keep getting people off the streets because they need it. And they're hurting. Not only people on the streets, I began to pray when I started here today. I seen the discontent on each side. But you have to keep in place the program that you have. Eventually, you'll get a breakthrough. I see the numbers coming down in the community as it pertains to homeless and the working poor and the people that are on the streets. Yes, the numbers are coming down, but we can do better than that. We are better than that, and we must do it. I served in the 82nd Airborne for many years. We had to be anywhere in the world in 24 hours. I lived out of a duffel bag. I'm telling you, it can be done. Not only that, it will be done. This is the will of God concerning us in Christ Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Common Council, Ricky Van Johnson. Acoma Unity Center cordially invites you to attend the following events. On April 18th, our 5th annual Earth Day celebration. Also, the grand opening of our Advanced Agricultural Hydroponics and Aquaponics Lab. In June, Acoma will celebrate our 10-year anniversary. 10 years. In October, we will host our Harvest Festival, host a Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Awareness Walk, and our scholars will host a voter education forum entitled Your Vote is Your Voice. In November, Acoma will participate in the National STEM Day. In December, Acoma will host our annual Toy and Coat Drive. During the year, our weekly events include our Industrial Automation and Robotics Lab, our Ann Sherrill's Community Garden with 16 harvests throughout the year, our Girl Scout Troop, our Acoma Speaks podcast and Youth Documentary Club, Sankofa Saturday, and our Golden Agers, where seniors stay active, connected, and empowered. Special programs at Acoma include our Drug and Alcohol Awareness Prevention Program, which provides peer-to-peer counseling, and the Beauregard Family Therapy Group, a behavioral health service provider. Our partners include UC Riverside, California State University San Bernardino Park and Rec Department, San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, San Bernardino Unified School District, San Bernardino Community Hospital, the Yahavia Tom of San Manuel Nation, and many others. Our supporters include Congressman Pete Aguilar, Senator Eloise Gomez Reyes, Assembly Member James Ramos, Supervisor Joe Baca Jr., the West Side Action Group, and many others. Let me tell you this. It would be hard finding a community center in the Inland Empire that offers such a wide variety of service, thoughtfully designed with our community in mind. Mayor and Common Council, I request that you carefully listen to the stories that the Acoma family will be sharing tonight and do the right thing. Extend Acoma Unity Center's lease for 3 years with options. I thank you for your time, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Prince Ogiripe. I am a Senior District Representative for Senator Eloise Gomez Reyes, and I am here on her behalf. The Senator sends her regards and thanks you all for the opportunity to speak today. Senator Reyes is proud to stand in strong support of Acoma Unity Center and the vital work it has provided to the San Bernardino community for over a decade. Since 2016, Acoma has served as a safe, empowering, and transformative space for young people and families, offering free educational programming that nurtures creativity, builds confidence, and fosters leadership. Through innovative programs in digital arts, coding, robotics, mental health support, ACOMA has created meaningful opportunities for scholars to grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Just as importantly, it has provided a consistent and trusted environment where young people feel seen, supported, and inspired to reach their full potential. On a personal note, before joining the Senator's office, I had the privilege of working as a mentor with ACOMA Unity Center. I was fresh out of college. That experience was pivotal for my early professional journey, as I saw firsthand the impact ACOMA had on young people's lives, the way it builds confidence, creates opportunities, and truly changes lives. And some of my students were here today. I was really, really proud to see them, and I see some people waving over there. Organizations like ACOMA Unity Center are essential to the strength, fabric, and future of our communities. They uplift families, expand access to opportunity, and help build a more equitable and resilient San Bernardino. So on behalf of Senator Reyes and from my own experience, I respectfully urge the City Council to support the renewal of ACOMA Unity Center's lease so that it may continue its critical mission in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We, the Golden Agers, unfortunately, a few of us had to leave, are present this evening to introduce you to us and to give you an update on how ACOMA Unity Center has provided us, the seniors of our community, with valuable life-thriving and life-saving activities. Now that I am a senior living once again in San Bernardino, where my family has resided since 1958, we thank God for the ACOMA Unity Center, where for a little over 2 years, every Tuesday, there is a place where we can easily walk to, or we catch a ride with a neighbor, a place in our neighborhood where we enjoy each other. Our oldest member is 93. Our average age is 80. We are blessed to have a place where we receive love and support from each other, thus allowing us to thrive in this, our senior years, which God has blessed us to see. We do Zumba, arts and crafts, delicious home-cooked meals. We discuss current events. We invite representatives from supportive agencies in our city to share various topics as it relates to being a senior in today's world. We've had U.S. Representative Pete Aguilar come and spend the morning with us. We have made blankets for Yamava to give to children who go into foster care in the middle of the night. Senator Eloise Reyes joined us as we hosted the Susan B. Coma Breast Cancer Walk at Annie Sherrill's Park, the first time in San Bernardino again in over 15 years. We also hosted ballots and brunch, where we brought in federal, state, and local community guests to share with us about who's who and what's what on our ballots of past election and current elections and upcoming elections. We participated in community health fairs. We have partnered with Dignity Health, who generously gave us a grant to further our participation and enabling us to engage in activities that enhance our lives as we grow older and wiser. So you see, the ACOMA Center has provided for us who have remained in this community the opportunity to continue to live a much more enriched life, and at the same time has provided richness and comfort in the lives of others.
Thank you.
We as active, productive, tax-paying senior citizens ask that you approve the lease renewal with the ACOMA Center. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tanya Smith. I'm here because there is a lack of communication and accountability in this city. I've reached out to the mayor's office multiple times. I've heard back from the police department, but from the mayor, nothing. It is deeply unsettling to wonder, is the mayor ignoring me because I am homeless? Do you believe that being in a house doesn't count? If a developer came to you today with a $50,000 plan to improve a city lot, you would be giving him a ribbon cutting ceremony right now. I come to you with a $47,000 project to save lives. I can't even get a received notification. Is the value of the project based on the math or the person that's giving it? I'm also here because our community is being bullied. Police are taking our property and survival gear without notice. This is a direct violation of the 4th and 14th Amendment. The Ninth Circuit ruling in the Laban versus the City of Los Angeles is clear. The government cannot seize or destroy property without due process unless it is a life-threatening problem. You must provide notice. And don't try to cover this up by calling it trespassing. This is an illegal smokescreen. Many of the people you are sweeping have been in the same spot for years. Under California Penal Code 602, you cannot use trespassing as a loophole to bypass the notice required for cleanup. Every time an officer ignores this, you are opening yourself up and the city for federal litigation. My pilot program cost $47,695. One civil rights lawsuit will cost you 10 times that. Furthermore, the government and the ADA recognizes drug addiction as a disability. The individuals are protected class. When you treat people with medical conditions like criminals to be harassed, you are violating federal protections. They deserve treatment and stability, not constant displacement. Finally, the city just received the HHAP 6 grant. The state mandate requires a housing first approach. That money was not given to you to fund more police sweeps or to ignore emails of the people that grant is supposed to help. On Sunday, I emailed several of you with a business plan for APN 01512819. It is a managed high-dignity solution that includes cozy space hygiene units and a seismic power panel to eliminate fire risk. Even private landowners could profit if they follow this plan. Mayor, I'm still waiting to hear from you, and council start following the law and respect the grants requirement. We are your neighbors. You can ignore my emails and turn away from the podium, but we are not invisible, and we are not going away. The only question we have is whether you will work with us or will you fight against us in court. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm reading this on behalf of Hardy Brown, who is disabled. I am a resident of the 6th Ward since 1961 and a homeowner on California Street across from the Acoma Unity Center, which I attend meetings with the seniors sometimes. It is a time for us to fellowship and talk about the great history and legacy of those Black and Latinos who made the West Side community. It has not been easy because from time to time, decisions were made by our government leaders on the City Council, County Board of Supervisors, school board members, and state legislators who thought they knew best what we wanted or needed. We are here tonight to request a unanimous vote to negotiate and renew the lease of the Acoma Unity Center as a demonstration of your commitment to them. The lease should be for a minimum of 5 years, since they have been a good tenant since 2016. It is a center that children and seniors gather to be informed citizens to help improve the lives of all of us. Thank you for your attention and service to our city that we all love.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Alberto. Ya me conocen. Vivo en la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino y sigo viniendo aquí a pedirles una resolución sobre las cámaras FLOC. No estoy de acuerdo con esas cámaras y mucha comunidad tampoco está de acuerdo. Es más negocio para ustedes o otras corporaciones que para los que cuidan a la comunidad. Remuévanlas. También insisto en que corran a ICE solo causa pánico en la comunidad. Hay mucha gente que ha sido arrestada y no aparece. Exijo una respuesta también. Hago énfasis que tanto dinero que se les da a la policía de San Bernardino y en lugar de cuidarnos les ayuda a ICE. Eso no es su trabajo. Exijo que nos defiendan a nosotros. Ustedes están en esos puestos gracias a la comunidad, así que úsenlos para bien, por bienestar de la comunidad, no para negocio propio. Y usen estas juntas para atender nuestras peticiones, porque usan mucho tiempo para discusiones de una sola cosa tan sencilla como en los RV. Mejor discutan, propongan viviendas y rentas justas, porque con el mísero sueldo de $15.50 no alcanza ni para un cartucho. Por eso y por mal uso del dinero y sus puestos es que hay mucho homeless. Si no quieren parar de construir bodegas y muchas están vacías, pues úsenlas para viviendas de la gente de la calle. Por último, tengo una o dos preguntas para ustedes. ¿De verdad nos ponen atención y no escuchan cuando venimos y nos escuchan cuando venimos aquí a comentar? Porque a veces veo que están en otras cosas riéndose. Necesito que me contesten ahorita. ¿Han discutido sobre las peticiones públicas? Porque no veo respuestas.
My name is Alberto. You already know me. I live I live as part of the San Bernardino Airport communities, and I continue to come here to ask you for a resolution regarding the flock cameras. I do not agree with those cameras, and a large part of the community does not agree with them either. They are more of a business opportunity for you and other corporations than a means for those who are supposed to protect the community to actually do so. Therefore, you should have them removed. I also insist that you expel ICE from our communities. They only cause panic within the community. There are many people who have been arrested and have subsequently gone missing. I demand an answer regarding this as well. Furthermore, I want to emphasize that given the vast amount of money allocated to the San Bernardino Police Department, instead of protecting us, they assist ICE. That is not their job. I demand that you defend us. You hold the positions you do thanks to the community, to use those positions for good, for the well-being of the community, not for your own personal gain. And please use these meetings to address our petitions, rather than spending so much time debating something as simple as the Airbnb issue. You would be better off discussing and proposing fair housing and rent prices, because with a minimum wage of $15.50, you can't even afford a tiny room. That is why, along with our mismanagement of funds and misplaced priorities, there are so many homeless people. If you refuse to stop building warehouses, many of which sit empty, then use them to house people living on the streets. Finally, I have one or two questions for all of you. Do you really pay attention to us and actually listen when we come here to comment? Because sometimes it looks like, to me, that you're preoccupied with other things and just giving up. I need your answer today. Have you discussed the public petitions that we've brought to you before? Because I have not seen any responses.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Betty Grant, and I am a Golden Ager of Acoma Unity Center. I am here today to speak in support of Acoma Unity Center and its lease renewal. Acoma has been a has had a meaningful impact on me by providing fellowship, access to resources, and education, intergenerational opportunities to connect with our youth, in the community, reducing isolation, and providing opportunities for civic engagement. ACOMA is more than a program. It is a safe space where we, all ages of community, feel seen, supported, and empowered. It provides consistency, care, and camaraderie that we depend on. ACOMA Community Center is vital in that it provides opportunities and alternatives to underprivileged youth, which might otherwise become involved in undesirable activities. Therefore, as a community member of over 70-something years, community volunteer, child advocate, I strongly urge you to support the continuation of ACOMA Unity Center's lease so that it can continue serving scholars, seniors, and strengthening our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
All right, good evening, Mayor, good evening, Council. My name is Dustin Christensen. I am the owner and operator of Sundowners Family Restaurant. We have been a staple and a tradition in Fontana and here in San Bernardino for over 40 years. I want to talk to you all today about some accolades that the City of San Bernardino has received recently. In a study from Wallet Hub, the City of San Bernardino ranked 151 out of 182 as the least peaceful and serene places to live. It ranked the dirtiest city in all of America, and it ranked 175 out of 182 as the least safe space or least safe place to live, behind cities like Chicago, LA, and Oakland. That's a failing grade because we got a score of 38 out of 100. Currently, there are over 1,500 hobos living on our streets, in our parks, that terrorize us and our communities. Drive up and down East Street, 3rd Street, Rialto, you will find that they defecate on our streets, they harass us, they come into my restaurant and try to steal the food off of my customers' plates. Unfortunately, we try to call the police to have them trespassed, but a lot of the time it's like the boy who cried wolf. We call, but it's the opposite. We're calling because there is a wolf, but nobody can come because we're underfunded. And due to the limited ability that our great police officers try to do, but they cannot. Due to this, a known addict and hobo physically assaulted and punched my general manager in the face the other night. Luckily, he was able to defend himself and scare him off, but again, he couldn't call the police because he knew nothing would happen. I asked this council, do you need your constituents to suffer like Aranya Zartuska did in North Carolina when she was stabbed on that bus? Who do you want in your constituents to be offered up as tribute? Now, I offer 2 solutions. First is simple. Let's turn on all the lights on East Street. Let's turn on all the lights in the parks. Let's make it bright so that they cannot allow to have these evil acts done. Secondly, if San Bernardino cannot afford to turn on those lights, I will go door to door and form a coalition and get the money myself so that we can turn on those lights. The last thing I would ask is for this council to come up with a resolution so that we can get the Prop 36 that was already voted for and passed by the state of California to get the funding so that our police officers can actually do their job and protect us. Please remove the violent offenders that are hurting us so that nobody else has to be offered up as tribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council members. My name is Denise Gibson Perry. I am a Golden Ager member at ACOMA Unity Center. I'm here to speak to you about my concerns at about your support for Acoma Unity Center and its lease renewal. Acoma has been a meaningful, very meaningful impact for me on a personal level, providing me a chance to reconnect with individuals I went to school with right here in San Bernardino 50 plus years ago. Not that I'm that old. Also, I learned about what we have done, a lot of it have done since school days. I have gained awareness, access resources, medical research for the elderly, education as offered by Dignity Health, the how to tell the difference between a stroke and a heart attack, or all about dementia. To start, we have a 20-plus minute workout to remind us we better move it or lose it. We experience opportunities to connect with our youth by attending their various ceremonies. Additionally, Acoma Unity Center offers a chance to reduce isolation among the elderly and even the young. Also, it provides opportunities for civic engagement, as when as stated prior by someone, U.S. Representative Pete Aguilar visited us and engaged us in conversation. That's part of the reason why I'm here. Acoma provides more than a place for people to gather. It is a safe space where people of all ages in the community feel seen as opposed to marginalized. They feel supported and empowered. It provides consistency, care, and camaraderie that we do depend on. I strongly support the continuation of Acoma Unity Center lease renewal, thus affording a continued servicing of scholars, seniors, and the youth in the community, strengthening our community. And lastly, I want to thank Dignity Health for their dedication and our well-being and their financial contributions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Miriam Nieto. I am a resident of the 7th Ward, and I also own a home in the 6th Ward. I'm here today with the San Bernardino Airport communities and asking you to please consider the contract that you guys have with the flock cameras. As we know, the flock cameras have not done well in different cities. Other cities have also stopped working with them, not because it's not doing some of the work that some of the police hope that it can does, but it's also because the data doesn't actually belong to the city or to the police. It can belong to the actual company or corporation that is paying for it and funding it, and they can ask for that data anytime. I would suggest that instead of you putting $84,000 to go into this flock cameras, we were talking about code enforcement, which improves quality of life. Put that money into code enforcement that can support quality of life. Put that money into some of the infrastructure. I don't agree necessarily with the word hobos, that the Sundowner owner used, but I agree that we need lighting in our streets. I agree that we need more infrastructure and more security in our streets. Put that money towards there. More importantly, put it towards a center like Acoma Unity Center that's in the 6th Ward that needs programming that supports career education and facilitation from actual community, from family to family. That is such a great resources. You want to look at quality of life, you want to look at community, look at those areas to really fund it, and not areas that are going to sell our data and surveillance and are going to racially profile us here in our city. So please consider getting rid of that contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. My name is Ron Alvarado, and I'm a candidate for the 1st Ward, elections June 2nd. Tonight's agenda includes several items that are vital to our city's future. But I want to speak first on the lease renewal for Acoma Unity Center. As a 7-year veteran of the City of San Bernardino's Parks Department and now chair of the City of San Bernardino's Parks Commission, I see firsthand the value of programs that breathe life into our public spaces. Acoma is more than just a tenant. It is an engine of energy and hope for the West Side. This program provides a sanctuary and a springboard for our youth. And renewing this lease is a commitment to the continued springboard for our youth. It is a commitment to the continued revitalization of our community that has often been overlooked. We need to support organizations that have proven they can deliver results and foster a sense of belonging for our families. Like Mr. Flores, like the Nicholson Center we had long before. 15 years ago, I was at the Phoenix Center where Acoma is now. I was there as bankruptcy and city mismanagement forced that community to lose something special. We cannot allow that to happen again. This council needs to be unanimous and in support for Acoma and to make sure it has a long lease. On the theme of community investment, I also want to voice my strong support for the partnership with Great Alternatives. Bringing no-cost solar and green job training to our disadvantaged neighborhoods is a win-win. It builds generational wealth and provides technical skills that keep our workforce competitive right here in our home. However, as I look at these investments, alongside the East Street median safety improvements and the $1 million ADA self-evaluation, we must talk about the how. As a professional fraud investigator, I am acutely aware of the risks that come with large-scale funding. We cannot afford to continue this cycle of mismanagement that has historically hindered our city. We must prioritize adding administrative capacity to provide real oversight and coordination for these grants. It is essential that we have the staff and systems in place to audit every dollar. We need to ensure that resources are actually hitting the pavement and reaching our neighborhoods, not being siphoned on or misdirected. The residents of the First Ward and the entire city deserve that their tax dollars and grant funds are serving the public, are in our streets, not lining the pockets of your political donors. Let's support the programs that work, like Acoma. Acoma is doing the job of the Parks Department, and we should be supporting that. Let's support also with strict accountability to ensure that our city's resources are reaching the streets that they intended for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hola, mi nombre es Rosario y pertenezco a la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Ya he venido varias veces abordando este tema sobre las cámaras de vigilancia FLOC. La realidad es que no han tomado en cuenta nuestras preocupaciones y siguen sin traer cambios, ya que las cámaras siguen ahí para acceder a nuestra privacidad y obtener datos personales míos y de los demás residentes. Esto significa para mí que no puedo continuar con mis actividades diarias, ya que vigilan cada paso que doy. He vivido en San Bernardino por varios años sin la preocupación de ser vigilada y quiero seguir viviendo con la misma tranquilidad de antes. Por eso les exijo que cancelen por completo el contrato que tienen con FLOC. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosario, and I'm a member of the San Bernardino Airport Communities. I have appeared before you several times already to address the issue of the flock surveillance cameras. The reality is that you have failed to take our concerns into account and have yet to implement any changes. These cameras remain in place, infringing upon our privacy and collecting personal data, both mine and that of other residents. For me, this means I can no longer carry out my daily activities freely, as my every step is being monitored. I have lived in San Bernardino for several years without the burden of being under surveillance, and I wish to continue living with that same sense of peace and security. Therefore, I demand that you completely terminate your contract with FLOC. I further want to acknowledge the hypocrisy in this council for pointing out that your staff has been requested with the same questions again and again, and you don't have the answers, yet we're here again and again with the same request, but you can ignore our petitions.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Christelle Calara, and I'm here with my peers, Trinity Flores, Jalen James, and Shelley Bowman. We are junior social work students at California State University, San Bernardino. We're asking for your support on our community advocacy project for our social welfare policy course. Our focus is on homelessness in San Bernardino, an issue that came up repeatedly in a recent community needs assessment we conducted last month. As future social workers, our mission is to uplift underserved communities. We chose this issue because many unhoused individuals feel unsupported despite the resources available. Many face mental health challenges that make it difficult to confidently seek help. And from what we've observed, there's a strong need for more accessible support and encouragement within our community. While we're still students, we've created an action plan. We are collaborating with Mary Mercy Center to host a small event where we provide hygiene bags for unhoused individuals. Our event is scheduled for Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. And we are excited to directly engage with the community and provide support. We also plan to share important mental health and community resources through both conversations and flyers. While we are not licensed professionals, we aim to provide information that can guide individuals towards services such as shelters, food banks, and other support systems. Many unhoused individuals may not have consistent access to the internet, so providing this information in person can make a meaningful difference. Ultimately, our goal is to remind this community that they are not alone. We hope our efforts encourage individuals to seek additional support and feel more confident accessing available services. With your support, we hope to continue and expand these efforts to provide consistent and meaningful assistance. We truly appreciate your presence and support, as it would help reinforce to the community that there are people who genuinely care and are here to help. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes or 6 minutes.
Soy la señora Mavia Costa y le voy a pasar el micrófono a la intérprete.
Good afternoon. My name is Mavia Acosta, and I am a member of the San Bernardino Airport communities surrounding the San Bernardino Airport. I am here to demand that you cancel the contract you have with Flock. Instead of wasting money on those bullshit cameras, our community needs parks, less pollution from warehouses, street lighting, and street repairs. Cancel that Flock contract now.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Lydia Saval, I'm here to address the Animal Services Department. 3 items, and specifically an update with regard to death, misuse of funds, and information management. With regard to death, I have a story to share with you. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, I went to the grocery store with my mother, and of course that was a long time ago, and she said to me, I'm going to leave you in the car, I'm going to lock the doors, and you're going to wait for me, and I'll be back very quickly. She says, now what would you do if somebody came to the window and pointed a gun at you and said, open the door? And I said, I'd open the door. She said, no, just let them shoot you. I thought, wow. The reason she said that was, I would rather know that I would rather find you dead in the car than in some vacant lot knowing that someone did terrible things to you. Well, at that age, I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. And of course, years later, I understand. And with regard to death, you know, how we die, it's inevitable. I'm not a Pollyanna. I know that, in my opinion, there's no such thing really as a no-kill shelter. But how animals die is important to them also, that they die humanely. And that's what I'm here to address, is that the numbers being omitted from the record keeping, 50% are not reflected anywhere in public documents. And that really roils me, that I have to spend an hour and a half or 2 hours sifting through data to identify that half of your inventory ends up dead. And that needs to be recorded. How can you improve a problem if you're pretending that there is no problem? So that I have an issue with. The other is the misuse of funds. I was lamenting that, you know, it's a shame that our vehicle isn't out there, as is the PAW mission vehicle. And then I discovered, when I was in conversation with Georgia, that, well, that's because our vehicle isn't up to par as grand as their vehicle. And the reason it's not up to par is because even though we got $1.2 million for the vehicle, only $75,000 was for the truck portion, $10,000 for the wrap, and $590,000 for the actual vehicle. So where did the other $500,000 go? So you got $500,000 there. You got $300,000 that was for spay-neuter. We didn't see that either, and we had $200,000 for operating expenses. So I suggest to you that there really should be an audit of those funds that were meant for the community that we never saw. And if you don't want to hire someone to do it, I'd be more than happy to do it myself. I've got the general ledger, I've got the subsidiary ledger, or you can get Ron Alvarado to do it. He was a fraud auditor, but that needs to be accounted for.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Carmen González y soy residente de San Bernardino desde hace 20 años.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Gonzalez, and I've been a resident of San Bernardino for over 20 years.
Estoy aquí nuevamente para pedirles que no renoven el contrato con estas agencias.
I am here once again to ask you to not renew the contract with these agencies.
Con las cámaras FLAG, porque son una amenaza para nuestra comunidad.
With the flock cameras because they are a threat to our communities.
Que están recopilando datos nomás para la ICE.
Who are just gathering data on our community, and this data is going to ICE.
Ustedes están aquí, hemos estado aquí pidiendo. Están ustedes aquí para defender a la comunidad, no para entregarla.
You guys are here. I've been here several times demanding that these contracts end. You guys are here to defend the community, not to deliver us to ICE.
El dinero que ustedes tienen por contrato con estas cámaras pueden invertirlo en esta ciudad que quiero, pero está tan fea.
The monies you're investing in these flock cameras can be used to be invested in this community that I love so much, but is actually so ugly.
Hace algunos años, la calle D estaba iluminada, algunos años. Hace unos años para acá que parece un cuarto oscuro.
A few years ago, D Street was illuminated. For a few years since, it looks like a dark alleyway.
Y no me pongo a contarle todo lo que usted ya ha visto en la ciudad. Está totalmente deteriorada. Las calles están hechas trizas.
And I'm not even accounting for the other parts of the cities, which is deteriorated. The city is falling apart.
Les pido que empecemos a reconstruir a San Bernardino. Empecemos a proteger a las comunidades.
I ask you to start investing in San Bernardino. I ask you to protect our communities.
Pido que no renoven el contrato con esta agencia de las cámaras FLAG.
And I'm asking that this contract not be renewed, the contract with the flock cameras.
Y espero que nos estén poniendo un poquito de atención. Gracias a los que están escuchando, aunque a veces ni oyen.
And I thank you for paying attention because sometimes I feel like you don't even listen.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Alan. I'm 17 years old. I'm a scholar at Acoma, and I've been at Acoma since I was 8 years old. Acoma has provided many opportunities for the youth that we might not find anywhere else. It has supported our growth, guided us, and created a safe space where we can learn, lead, and build confidence. Having Acoma near our community can continue to provide more opportunities for the future generation. So I respectfully ask that you approve Acoma's lease renewal so the program can keep supporting and uplifting us youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes or 6 minutes.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Alberto León Vázquez. Soy residente de San Bernardino por más de 2 décadas.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Alberto León Vázquez, and I've been a San Bernardino resident for more than 20 years.
Estoy aquí porque estoy en contra de las cámaras FLAG.
I'm here because I am against the flock cameras.
Sabemos que esto es contraproducente para la población.
We know that these are counterproductive for the population.
En vez de utilizar los recursos para esto, se podría conducir para arreglar baches que tenemos en todas las calles de nuestra ciudad.
Instead of using the city's resources for these contracts, we can be using these resources to fix the streets with the devastating potholes.
Probablemente, y lo que se ha sabido, que se obtienen datos como para arrestar a indocumentados.
We know that some of this data is being used to arrest and detain, kidnap people that are undocumented.
Y esto afecta negativamente a nuestra comunidad.
And this negatively affects our community.
Porque al igual que a nivel nacional o estatal, de manera como afecta, por ejemplo, a nivel nacional se sabe, o según estudios, aproximadamente el 50% o más del 50% de la población indocumentada trabaja en los campos agrícolas.
Because we know that according to state and some federal data, more than 50% of communities that are undocumented work in the fields.
Algunos otros estudios arrojan que es el 70% de la mano indocumentada que trabaja en los campos de Estados Unidos.
In other reports, it's estimated that over 70% of the undocumented community works in the field producing the food that we consume.
Entonces es ilógico la manera en que se maneja, porque ¿cómo se puede reemplazar si eso en realidad se llegara a hacer lo que está pasando? ¿Cómo se va a reemplazar el 70% o más del 50% de la población en los campos agrícolas?
So it is illogical for the attacks to continue, because how would you replace 70% or even 50% of the population that produce the food that you each consume?
Afortunadamente, nuestro gobernador Gavin Newsom está al lado de los indocumentados y no ha afectado tanto como en otros estados, por ejemplo, la Florida, en donde el gobernador Ron DeSantis ha estado con mano dura con los indocumentados.
Fortunately, in this state, we have a governor that protects undocumented communities, unlike states like Florida, DeSantis, who is attacking the undocumented community.
Y por hablar nomás sobre los campos agrícolas de Florida, cuando empezó todo este problema, cómo se ha afectado y cómo subían los precios de los productos en los campos agrícolas.
And so pay attention to Florida. How has the attack on the undocumented community impacted their economy and driven prices to increase?
Esta población es parte de una estructura económica ya, parte de la estructura económica de un país.
This population is part of a structure, part of the economic structure of this country.
Entonces, al igual que a nivel nacional, aquí en nuestro San Bernardino ocurre lo mismo. Cuando agarran a una persona, y esto lo he visto por experiencia propia, desocupan los departamentos. ¿Qué pasa con esa gente? Compraba en las tiendas. Supe de una tienda que se cerró, probablemente por eso, porque son parte de, como decía yo, parte de una estructura económica de una sociedad, de un país, de una ciudad, de un estado.
So similar to Florida, what happens to communities when they're disappeared? I know of a person that was arrested and removed from their apartment. So what happens to them? What happens to the economy once people are disappeared? They are part of the economy and part of this structure.
Entonces el problema, por ejemplo, ahorita que se tiene contra Irán en el Golfo Pérsico, que tienen bloqueado la salida de los barcos petroleros.
So similar to the conflict in Iran, who is prohibiting the oil transport through the strait.
El estrecho de Hormuz. Hormuz Strait. Entonces, ¿cómo está la gasolina ahorita?
So how are the gas prices being impacted now?
Y como es base de toda economía, ¿cómo está la inflación de los productos?
And since this forms the basis of our economy, how has that inflated our gas prices?
Entonces no sabemos cuánto se prolongue esta guerra y qué tanto se siga bloqueando el estrecho de Hormuz.
So we don't know how long this conflict will continue with the blockage of the strait.
Tenemos en nuestras manos las decisiones, porque ahorita hay muchos medios informativos alternativos en donde podemos echar mano, porque
Gracias. Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Soleil Campo, and I'm 13 years old, and I'm here asking for you to proceed with the lease for a community center, since it had provided many scholars with opportunities and exposures to new things, an example being the robotics program. Myself and many students would greatly appreciate it if you do. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 6 minutes.
Hola, nuevamente. Soy Ana. Soy miembro de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. No estamos de acuerdo en que se renueve el contrato de cámaras FLOT. Paren ese contrato. No hay privacidad. A ti también te tienen vigilado. No estoy de acuerdo que le pasen información a ICE de nuestra gente trabajadora, emigrante. Mi gente viene a trabajar, a limpiar tu casa, tu jardín, a construir tu casa, a limpiar lo sucio que tú no haces. Ese dinero que se usa para las cámaras, que se use para mejorar San Bernardino. Muévete, político. ¿Pides mi voto? Yo te pido que hagas mejoras en nuestra comunidad y nuestra ciudad, como áreas verdes, centros de capacitación para gente trabajadora, parques, plantar árboles para limpiar toda esta contaminación. Nuestros impuestos son para mejorar nuestra ciudad, no para cámaras y pagar a ICE. Fuera cámaras y fuera ICE.
My name is Ana. I'm a member of the San Bernardino Airport Communities. We do not agree with the renewal of the contract for flock cameras. Stop this contract. There is no privacy. You are being watched too. I do not agree with sharing information about our hardworking immigrant community with ICE. My people come here to work, to clean your home, to fix your yards, to build your houses, and to clean up the messes you won't clean up yourselves. The money currently being spent on these cameras should instead be used to improve San Bernardino. Step up, politicians. You asked for my vote. In return, I ask you to make improvements to our community, to our city. We need green spaces, job training centers for our working people, and parks. Plant trees to help clear the air of so much pollution. Our tax dollars are meant to improve our city, not to pay for cameras or to fund ICE. Out with the cameras, out with ICE.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rick Avila. I am a candidate for mayor. I was born and raised in the city of San Bernardino with family roots over 117 years. What brings me here today, as of March 6th, San Bernardino has 6 candidates for mayor. Over 40 days have passed and we had no debates. I understand why there are no debates. We have 2 candidates that have already been a mayor and nothing has changed. We've already seen those movies. I'm not here to bash on everybody, though, anybody. As your mayor, I have a vision and a plan to jumpstart this city forward in the right direction by generating numerous ways of revenue. We should designate targeted redevelopment zones focused on commercial activity, restaurants, retail, car dealers, major appliances, small and large manufacturing businesses with a showroom so we can get retail tax. High-density homes in the downtown area. Revitalize the existing historic buildings in the downtown area. All of this can only be done by modifying the SBX bus line, picking up passengers on the shoulders only, opening up our turn pockets through East Street and Hospitality Lane. Now, nobody's ever addressed that. We also have a homeless issue that I have plans and I have a vision for that. And I've spoke to many homeless people, and I've been to places where none of my candidates would ever go. So if anybody wants answers, you can call me direct, 909-772-5036. My name is Rick Avila. I'm running for mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Evening. My name is Tony Chandra. Behind me are my fellow classmates, friends, and human rights advocates supporting basically. I speak on behalf of my program at Cal State San Bernardino, studying Bachelor Arts of Social Work. Our 4-person group, we have reached out to nonprofit communities asking for service and donations so we may provide a relief and service to the homeless community. The local nonprofit we've reached out are mobile shower teams. They're called Community Action Partnership, Mother's Nutritional Center, San Bernardino City Mission Ministries, Edon Corporations. We have partnered with a free mobile shower community. Again, their names are Community Action Partnership. On April 17th, 2026, from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Paris Hill Park, we will be giving out free hygiene supplies, free fruits, free blankets, and of course, those free showers. Our groups have engaged with the homeless community and surveyed on status and need. Out of the results from the survey, we've learned that particular challenges, majority are unhoused over 1 year, a need for basic needs such as food, access to restrooms, hygiene facilities, bus passes for transportation. There is a 70% needing access to haircuts. Those transportation barriers, some will not make it to the events in Paris Hill Park due to transportation needs and physical and or mental impairments. If they are to have bus passes, they can make it to the future free mobile shower events around Del Rosa, or even make it to hospitals and food centers that are out of reach from the Del Rosa district. I'm here our goal is simply to reduce barriers, promote dignity, and strengthen trust between services providers and community. This event is one small step towards addressing the gaps we identified, but it relieves a larger commitment to community-driven solutions and meeting people where they are. As I close, we respectfully ask for your support, whether that's helping us spread the word, handing out bus passes, haircuts, and connecting us with additional resources, or supporting future efforts that brings basic needs services directly into Del Rosa. Your partnership can help create a more compassionate and accessible environment for our unhoused neighbors. Thank you for your time and for the work you do for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Connor Bush. I'm also a Cal State San Bernardino student with the social work program. The only difference between our group and theirs is that we go to the Palm Desert campus, they go to the main campus. But we also have chosen San Bernardino as our community of interest and where we want to focus on helping the community with an action plan also. I'm joined here by Jeremiah Maddox, Alondra Nodal Diaz, and Brenda Castillo, who is videotaping this public comment. So I want to first acknowledge that I've talked to Cassandra Serchi, Deputy Director of Housing and Homelessness in San Bernardino, who gave me a lot of good information on what you guys are doing. I want to commend the City Council and all the work you guys do for the city. I heard about the CWC campus and Hope campus as well. So I want to commend you guys very much for all the hard work that you guys do. But I will turn it over to my group members to better get this ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Christian Shaughnessy, and I speak to you here today as a community leader and candidate for San Bernardino City Council Ward 2, and in strong support of the hard work done by Acoma Unity Center. That's right. It's just been one sentence and they do it. So Acoma represents what a true partnership is between a city and a school district should look like. It is a model, one that is actively serving our scholars, uplifting families, and strengthening our community in real measurable ways. This is not a controversial issue. This is the kind of work we should be proud to support, protect, and expand without hesitation. I encourage our Parks Director to speak to the many successes and accomplishments Acoma has achieved during its time serving this city. The impact is clear, the results are visible, and the community response has been overwhelming. Acoma is not just a program, it is a proven success. In fact, I would go so far as to say this: we should be working toward having an Acoma at every park. What exists on the west side, that's right. What exists on the west side is a veritable gem, one that draws people from near and far because of the opportunity, safety, and sense of belonging it provides. At a time when we are seeing concerns about the condition and direction of our public spaces, from the fire at Paris Hill Park to ongoing delays at Second Lake Park, our community is asking for stronger visibility, clearer updates, and active leadership. We need consistent representation and communication on the issues that impact our neighborhoods every single day. And yet, in the midst of these challenges, Acoma stands out as something that is working. Not only is it serving our youth, but it is also contributing back, bringing value and even revenue to our city, while many other partnerships do not. That speaks volumes about their commitment, integrity, and investment in this community. So I ask you, why would we hesitate? Why? As a sign of good faith and appreciation for being a strong, reliable, and impactful community partner, the city should move forward with renewing Acoma's lease. This is about recognizing what works and choosing to build on it. Let's not overcomplicate what is clearly a good decision, my friends. Support Acoma, invest in what is already changing lives in our community, and help us continue building a stronger San Bernardino for our scholars and for everybody in our community. Councilman Flores, Acoma proudly calls the 6th Ward home, and today its community hopes to hear from you. Everybody, please stand up by leading the motion and approving the motion to go with the renewal of this lease. Thank you so much, and let's get it done.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. My name is Jeremiah. I'm a social work student at Cal State San Bernardino, and today I want to talk a little bit about homelessness. I get the idea that most people picture the people living in tents or the encampments, but there's a large part of the population that many don't see. These are people living in their cars, parked in places like Walmart parking lots, trying to stay under the radar. And the reality is we don't really even have clear numbers of how many people in San Bernardino are living this way. They're counted as unsheltered, but they're often invisible in the data. What we do know is that in San Bernardino County, the majority of the people experiencing homelessness, around 2/3, are unsheltered. And even those numbers are unlikely undercounted. So a significant portion of the people are already living outside the system, including in their vehicles. The thing is, many of these individuals are closer to stability than we think. Some of them are working, have families, but one emergency pushes them into living into their cars. One solution I'd like to highlight is the safe parking program. A program like this would create designated areas where people living in their vehicles could legally park overnight with access to basic services like restrooms, trash, and security. But most importantly, it would also include outreach workers, people that can connect individuals with housing resources, job programs, and mental health services. And this isn't just an idea. Cities like Oceanside are already doing this, providing structural parking along with case management and housing support. This approach meets people where they are instead of waiting for their situation to get worse and living on the streets. It's also more cost-effective and relying on emergency response systems after a crisis happens. I'm asking the council to consider a pilot program similar to this safe parking program here in San Bernardino with built-in outreach support to address the needs of this often overlooked population. Because if we're serious about addressing homelessness, we need to start by seeing the people that have been left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jasmine Robles, and my colleagues are Alexis, Mariah, and Cassandra. We are social work majors at Cal State San Bernardino. We are here to speak about food insecurities in South San Bernardino. Based on our assessments, we have noticed a lack of access to affordable food in this community. This not only impacts hunger, it affects people's health, education, and quality of life. From our observations, there is a limited access to grocery stores, transportation challenges, rising costs of food, and fear because of the current political climate that we are in at this moment, which makes it very difficult for individuals to meet their basic needs. While we acknowledge the countless attempts of taking care of this issue, we see that food insecurities in this community are still very crucial to address directly. At this moment, we are working on setting up an event with the help of Hillside Community Church that is graciously donating food for us to distribute to this community, and in hopes of partnering with the Sac Health Community Center for our location. We will be more than willing to provide a set date through email when we have a date set in stone. With that said, we would really appreciate if you all would support our event, and we would also really appreciate if you would come along and distribute with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi everyone. My name is Alondra Nodal Diaz. I am a student here at California State University, and I'm here to talk about homelessness in the city of San Bernardino. In San Bernardino, we already know that a large portion of people experiencing homelessness are unsheltered. But even beyond that, many individuals are still unable to access services that are available. The issue is not always whether the resources exist, but whether they are truly accessible in this city. For example, transportation is a real barrier in San Bernardino. Services may be spread out, and without reliable transportation, it becomes difficult for people to consistently reach these shelters, appointments, or even support programs. Documentation requirements can also prevent people from getting help, especially for those who have lost their IDs or important documents or don't even have an address for these. In addition, language barriers and lack of clear standard information can be hard for residents to know where to even start. There is also a gap in trust. When people have a negative experience towards these systems in the past, they aren't likely to seek help again, even when they truly need it. All of these creates a disconnect between the services in San Bernardino and what people are actually able to use. If we want solutions, like safe parking programs or housing initiatives successful in the city, they must be paired with stronger outreach programs, fewer barriers of entry, and support that reflects the diverse community that San Bernardino serves. Addressing homelessness here is not just about adding more programs, because we have many. It's about making sure the ones that we have right now are truly accessible for those in need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I first want to say thank you to former Councilwoman Kimberly Calvin, her staff, and her board for the services and the programs that they provide at the Tacoma Unity Center. It is something that should be commended. I thank you. It should be a no-brainer that your lease be extended, but if it is not, I want to state the obvious. Please extend that lease. There's a program there that is working, and that is exactly what we need in this city. And I thank those golden agers for coming out, those golden agers for coming out, those who could stay and those who had to leave, but they respect the program enough to be here and support it. So I just ask that you take that into consideration when you're making your decision tonight. And I now want to move on to one of the reasons I stood up. My name is Amy Malone, and I am running for mayor of San Bernardino. I'm here tonight to acknowledge the recent appointment of our new finance director, Mr. Romney. I believe he was here earlier, but I do not see him in the audience now. As members of the community, it is critical that we have a clear and transparent understanding of the current state of our city's finances. Therefore, I ask, has an assessment of our budget been done? And if so, are we in a stable position? Are there any risks we should be aware of? These are important questions that need to be answered. I'm not here to point fingers, rather to ensure we are being proactive and getting in front of any possible financial issues facing this city. Now, if an assessment has already been completed, that's wonderful. I'd respectfully ask, where can the public access those findings? Again, this is just about transparency. I'm not pointing fingers. Our city is still recovering from bankruptcy, and we cannot afford another financial crisis. That is why it is imperative that we have a strong oversight, clear reporting, and know what's going on with our finances. There has to be accountability. If we are in good financial state, then I think that should be acknowledged as well. Let us know that so we can celebrate your efforts. Additionally, I recently came across information from a Fullerton City Council meeting that was online. It was a video, and that raised a red flag for me regarding oversight and financial tracking. Part of the discussion mentioned our current city manager, Mr. Levitt. There was a question about his accuracy in assessing their financial stability. Again, I want to make it clear, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just asking questions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Melina Enriquez, president of the City of San Bernardino Young Democrats. At a previous city council meeting, Benito Barrios, candidate for the 2nd Ward, threatened to sue the Democratic Party and 14-year-old Andy Fuentes for slander, after we didn't endorse him and publicly explained why. As Barrios said in the March 18, 2016 City Council meeting, if there's merit to it, by all means, I own up to it. All the things that are being said, but there is none. There is none at all. Instead, we found this in our vetting, which is why our 2 local chapters of the Democratic Party are now calling him to drop out of the race. When former Councilman Barrios was caught selling guns, ignoring the people's public comments, he told the San Bernardino Sun on September 23, 2015, the perception is very bad for the people, and I'm aware of that. It'll probably never happen again. Probably. Then after he was pulled over on a traffic stop, he called the police chief. Casey McDuff from the Press Enterprise on March 10, 2015, asked if he was going to ask for leniency from the police chief. His answer? He wasn't, that would have been unethical. Cassie McDuff replied, but calling the police chief in the middle of the night after a traffic stop, that's ethical? He just calls the police chief whenever anything happens in his ward, he said. The Sun on February 6, 2015 reported that Barrios had been fugitive from the law twice, including the night he was pulled over by the police as a sitting councilman. Barrios, in a public statement on July 6, 2016, also endorsed former Mayor John Valdivia. Councilman Valdivia is an independent leader who focuses on getting the job done. That's exactly the kind of public servant we need in the mayor's office. Then, as the San Bernardino County Sentinel reported, Barrios endorsed Trump for president. This is what Benito Barrios said in February 13, 2017, letter directly to Donald Trump that asked for aid that was conditioned on more immigration enforcement by the DOJ. We are honored to have you as our president, and we are looking forward to working with you and others from your team to help make our nation great again. If our combined efforts prove successful, it could serve as a model for other cities grappling with such issues. When the San Bernardino Sun and Press Enterprise reported on the controversy behind this letter, Barrios gave 3 different stories. In one March 7, 2017 article, he said he disagreed with it, but signed because he trusted the signatures of the city attorney and police chief. In another February 27, 2017 article, he said, I read the first paragraph to see if it was the same. What I understood was it was about the crime that we had. Then at the Press Enterprise pointed out in an editorial on March 3rd, 2017, since the release of the letter, Barrios has explained that he directly actually read the letter he signed.
Thank you. Next speakers, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Malnali Garcia, 15 years old and a 10th grader at Cajon High School. I'm here to talk about my experience in Tacoma Unity Center and to encourage the lease renewal that you guys have with them. As just someone who has very few months here in this center, I have to express my gratitude to all of them because they've provided so many programs. I'm part of a robotics programs, and it gave me insight on the field of engineering that is not as exposed and is in need of younger people. And it helped me grow as a person. Other than that, I have nothing to say, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Keith Benitez. I'm a member of the City of San Bernardino Young Democrats. I'm here tonight because a 14-year-old member of our organization and the San Bernardino Luncheon Club did something brave. Andy Fuentes used his right to free speech in public comments to refer to events that were on the news, that are public and documented. He criticized a candidate's record. That's not slander. That's his right as a citizen. He's allowed to say what he wants if it's public knowledge. And he was threatened by a frivolous lawsuit to his free speech. This is why our 2 party chapters are now calling for Benito Barrios to drop out. Society teaches young people to use their voice, to get involved, to show up at public meetings like this one, to speak the truth, to speak on to our belief. That's what powers our communities. What message does it send when our candidates, like Benito Barrios, are suggesting suing a 14-year-old? What is that supposed to show our political parties that this is allowed, that we are allowed to do this? Our chapter stands with Andy Fuentes, and we stand with people of whatever political party who want to speak their mind. We are allowed to have opinions. We are allowed to speak whatever we want as long as it's not hurting anybody. We stand with Republicans, conservatives, everyone, not just Democrats. Whoever we will keep whoever speaks, we will keep showing up for them because they deserve the right to be safe, to express their opinions, what they feel. They should not be afraid that somebody with power can threaten their right to speak or be silenced. That is what it is to be an American. That is their right as a citizen, or to become one. That's why we come to this country, and that is what we are given as a right of this country. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that's part of our thing, I think. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alani Chapman. I've been a part of Acoma Unity Center since the 3rd grade. I grew up in that building. I learned there, and the leader I am today started there. Acoma is not just a program. It is a leadership pipeline and a family. Because of Acoma, I served on the first youth city council for the 6th ward. Today, I am the SBVC ASG Student Senate Secretary and the Region 9 Vice Chair for Student Senate of Community College Council, representing thousands of students statewide. These roles happened because Acoma poured into me and gave me a voice. Every program shaped me. Girl Scouts and Drip Squad gave me a community. ADAP taught me mental health. Digital arts taught me entrepreneurship, and the garden taught me sustainability. I went from a little girl in those classrooms to a mentor working for Acoma Unity Center today. I like giving back to my generation, and that is why I am asking you today to approve the lease renewal for Acoma Unity Center. Investing in this space is an investment in the future leaders of San Bernardino. Acoma is truly where the heart is. Please support this lease and keep that heart beating for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Georgia. I was surprised to hear previous council member Alexander's comment, and I disagree with much of what he said, except that you, Treasurer, are a liar. You can't call yourself a truth teller anymore. You told the public you were never arrested. Many of us I didn't believe you, but many people believed you. I was there when you stood up and called Jim Penman a liar. You said you were never arrested, then you changed it to you were only detained, and then you became a victim of domestic violence. These are not the same stories. You also accused Penman of unlawful access to Colette's, which triggered an investigation and pulled support from PD away from your opponent, and now we know that wasn't true either. Your supporters continue to repeat that. They went after your opponent, pushed this narrative that you were the victim, and your opponent lost. So your lies weren't harmless. They actually influenced how people saw that race. Now let's talk about the Animal Control Commission meeting that you went to. You showed up with staff and Calvin to defend the incompetent former director regarding the animals that were being killed for space, and at that time, you were referencing the $185,000 brand new kennels that were collecting dust in the back. Instead of addressing that, you blamed other departments and said you had a public records request to back it all up. I actually checked, Treasurer. Those records were never found. You lied. So you stood there, used records to support what you were saying, and they weren't there. That's not transparency. It's misleading. At this point, there's a pattern. So what's convenient? Shift the blame and attach records when it helps. More lies. Treasurer, why don't you come clean and tell the truth? Since mugshots are circulating publicly on social media, when someone is portrayed as a victim, people understand a basic truth. Victims don't have mugshots. And with all of the cries of fraud and corruption, you seem to be the only one I've ever seen indicted. And all of your uproar, you have stifled change in this city. I've seen it. And to the mayor and Joe Salas, who I saw was here, there's a public statement that a candidate was approached and offered a commission or a water board position in exchange for stepping down. There are screenshots of messages tied to that. If that didn't happen, let's tell us the truth. Tell us what the truth is. Not that I expect you, because all I've ever gotten from you is thank you. Next speaker. Last, can we please get an update on the kennels that are sitting empty in the back of the lot? Because we really need to know, especially since animals are still dying for space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Haley Gonzalez. I am 11th grader at Sierra High School, and I have been a scholar at Acoma Unity Center since August 2024. I'm here to convince you why you should renew the lease for Acoma Unity Center. During my time at Acoma Unity Center, I have been able to make friendships with my mentors as scholars. Those relationships help me to learn and experience the support I have within my community. I have also been able to learn and experience a lot of new things like I didn't know before, like being a teen mental health scholar who knows the signs of someone struggling with their mental health and know how to support their friends to get the help they need. Discovering automations, I know how to program robots and learn how to code. I learned these skills are valuable because I couldn't find these skills anywhere else. Also, these skills can help me with my future job. Also, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Dolores Armstead. Earlier this evening, a gentleman shared how bad San Bernardino is considered in the rest of the country. We have very low scores. You are part of the problem. However, Acoma Unity Center is a beacon. You can actually be proud, put your chest out, because it is a wonderful program. It deals with youth. It takes care of the seniors. It takes care of the communities. And it's not just the youth in the 6th Ward. They're open to youth throughout the city. There's nobody else that does that. What programs in this city support our youth the way Acoma does? None of them. Acoma is unique. No other program supports our youth and seniors and community the way Acoma does. Parents, do you have a place to take your children on the weekend? Acoma's there. Seniors, do you have a safe place to meet, especially in the 6th Ward? We never have. Acoma is it. We've never had it before. Is there any other center that offers mental health support for our young people? Nobody else has it. Nobody else trains our youth to deal with their peers. Nobody else does. Acoma does. Where can our youth stop by after school to get a snack, to help with homework, and to just feel welcome? There is no other program in this city that does that. What program besides Acoma? Where can you take your children on Saturdays from 10 to 2 where they can get a meal, support, engage in several programs? Nowhere else in this city. All these things are offered at Acoma. There are no preschool or youth programs in the 6th Ward. Nothing like Acoma. Support Acoma. It should be a multi-year lease, not a single year, so that we have to come up and do this again. It should be multi-year. Support Acoma. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, it's 9:17 p.m. and in accordance with Resolution 2024-029, if we wish to extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m., we must take a vote or decide which items will be continued to the next regular meeting. Council, can we have a discussion?
Move to extend.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council. You may continue. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Isabel Gonzalez, and I am the guardian of that beautiful 11th grade student who just talked, who is a scholar at Acoma Unity Center. And I'm here to speak in support of Acoma Unity Center today. Acoma has had a meaningful impact on my scholar and my household in many ways. I was 26 when Haley and me were brought together, and the very first thing I thought was, how in the world am I going to raise a teenager? And for the first time, I looked to my community for support, and I found it. I found Acoma Unity Center. And it was like a beacon, you know, in a dark place for us, because I didn't know what to do, and she was in a new place without her siblings, you know. That's a hard time for both of us. And Acoma was there for us. Mama Kim was there for us. They give us a family and a place for us to belong, and a place for us to get support. Sorry. Through this program, she has been able to do so many things, go on so many field trips, experience new things, learn about mental health, about automation and robotics, and just, find pathways that she can take that weren't there for her before, that weren't even possibilities before. I cannot express how thankful I am for them, how much they do for the community, and how there's nothing else around them, around here like that. Without them, I don't know where I would have landed. I know in the end I didn't have to worry because she's an awesome kid. But being a parent in San Bernardino is a little bit hesitating sometimes. I didn't know where was a safe place for her. And I'm so, so happy that I was able to find Acoma to be that place for her. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Chache Wright, and I stand before you as a native community member of San Bernardino, born and raised in this community, and as president of the San Bernardino branch of NAACP. Growing up here, I had access to programs, space, and activities that not only kept me engaged, but encouraged me, supported me, and guided me away from paths that could have led to a lot of trouble. These programs helped shape my direction in life and instilled in my values of education, ultimately leading me to become a proud graduate of Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. More importantly, that same foundation of support inspired me to return to my community and play an active role in giving back. And as much as the blessings as those opportunities were, none of them could hold a candle to the quality of impact that Acoma Unity Center has on our community. Today, those kinds of opportunities are few and far in between, and in a time where safe, structured, and empowering environments for youth are increasingly scarce, Acoma Unity Center stands as a beacon of light, embodying the very resource and opportunity that so many of us once had, and that our children so desperately need today. I have personally volunteered at Acoma Unity Center and witnessed firsthand the impact of the programs. I've seen young people gain exposure to careers and industries that might have otherwise been out of reach for them. I have seen children find their voices, strengthen their minds, and begin to believe in themselves as leaders in this community. You've seen the young people and old people and even more seasoned people be a part of this community and show how well this entity, this program, this center is having such a positive impact on us. Our children our children deserve to have this type of facility and spaces. Someone uplifted it before, and I want to echo that. We should be trying to replicate this type of center in our city. To not support such a vital, transformative resource would not only be a missed opportunity, it would be a disservice and a detriment to the future of our community. I respectfully urge you to support the continuation of Acoma Unity Center's lease so it may continue its critical work in shaping the youth, shaping our community, and strengthening San Bernardino for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Scott Olson. I'm a lifetime resident here, and I'm also very politically active involved. And I want to say congratulations to all of you who are supporting the Acoma Center. I've heard the name, but I live on the other side of the city. You can't ignore this many voices, okay? Now, also, Sandra, you're my city council person. I never cease to be impressed with your work. You put the residents first. You don't get into all the little political games. Please don't pay attention to the political bobbleheads online. They're just toxic. They don't know half of them don't even know what they're talking about. I appreciate you and the work you do as a public servant. Now, on the other side, we have Fred Charette, a political puppet for 17 years. Trust me, if you got money and you give Fred attention, he will go for anything. The train wreckage in San Bernardino and the bankruptcy, Fred was front and center voting for all of it. Fred doesn't care who he misleads. That's why I called him Misled by Fred. He will sit up there. Tonight, we witnessed basic political grandstanding. Now, the issue with these temporary rentals, it's real. It needs real solutions. But banning it so that you have hundreds of things you don't have any control over? Fred, your neighborhood sounds like it's been a mess for years, and how come you couldn't fix your own neighborhood? You know, I've seen your efforts to try and fix everything. Ban it, get rid of it. That's all you do. I mean, we had a problem with the homeless at Wildwood. What was your solution? Give it away to your developer friends because they were going to take care of it. Park would have been gone. That park is very important to me because there's a Mitchell Field. In 6th grade, I had a friend and a classmate named Brett Mitchell. That is in honor of him. You step on my toes way too many times, Fred. You claim about being a Republican. Yes, you are a Republican. Yes, you are the caucus chair for this area, the 5th District. But then again, I'm on the Central Committee as well. And I will say quite out publicly, they're an embarrassment, just like you are, Fred. We need Republicans who will get in there and work with the people and be public servants, not somebody who's going to sit up there and spend 17 years playing politics and helping their buddies and friends. You think I'm going to give up? We got four people running against you. And the youngest one, Eric, one of the things I've been impressed with, he's learning and understanding things twice as fast as you ever did. A 23-year-old kid pays attention to the issues and walks right over you and understands them better than you are. We don't need politics. Get rid of Fred.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support of renewing the lease for the Acoma Unity Center. For years, Acoma has been more than a building. It's a vital community hub right here in our community neighborhoods, serving our families and residents who need support. It provides essential programs, youth mentoring and leadership development, mental health resources, senior wellness throughout the Golden Agers program, educational workshops, gardening work days, and family empowerment events. In a city facing challenges like youth disengagement, mental health needs, and building stronger families, Acoma delivers real, measurable results. It creates safe spaces where kids hear, "I am somebody," and believe it. It partners with local agencies and with health outreach, and renewing the lease ensures continuity. Without it, these proven programs risk disruptions at a time where our community needs stability the most. This is a smart investment in preventing opportunity and neighborhood pride. I urge you to approve the lease renewal without delay, so Acoma can continue healing, educating, and transforming lives for generations to come. So we are not born and raised in San Bernardino like everybody says, but we purchased our home 8 years ago, and my daughter was 1. And I was looking for places to take her because I was pregnant with another one. So I found the Acoma, they had a gardening program, and I was able to take my daughter to go pick strawberries and just do activities with her. There's me researching San Bernardino, there is not that many things out there, and this is a safe space for them to go and learn and get actual, real education there. So not just go and play and babysit them, but they give them true curriculum where they can learn about different things. And they're also, like somebody else said, we were invited to go as a field trip. So there's field trips that we never would have gone to if it wasn't for the Acoma program. So we encourage you guys to vote yes. The 6th ward over there on that side, we barely have anything. We have not a lot of restaurants, not a lot of places to take our kids to. So this is something that they can go to at least on Saturday mornings and get that education with them and that time. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
John Schallenberger. At the last special meeting regarding the censure of Councilwoman Dr. Ortiz, Attorney Larson publicly demonstrated that the methods used to access CLETs were illegal and violated fundamental rights. That alone should deeply concern every person in this room. We also heard from individuals like former City Attorney Jim Penman and former Mayor John Valdivia, both who have had troubling records when it comes to their own conduct towards this community. Yet these are the voices being elevated to discredit Dr. Ortiz. Even more alarming, Mr. Valdivia publicly testified under oath that Dr. Ortiz threatened his life and his family. However, video evidence and your own police reports contradict that claim. That raises a simple but critical question. How are we supposed to trust testimony that's not even supported by facts? What we are witnessing is bigger than one person. It reflects a pattern where allegations are made, amplified, and accepted without proper evidence, while the truth is ignored. That is dangerous and undermines public trust and weaponizes the authority given to elected officials. It's also deeply troubling that the chief of police and his team access non-public records, shared and discussed them publicly. That's not transparency. That is a violation of privacy and misuse of power all over again. And when council members such as Kim Knaus participate publicly pressing for deeply personal details to be discussed, it crosses a line from governance into public humiliation. That kind of conduct has no place in a professional or ethical proceeding, and we saw that that was your only goal. I hope that none of you ever have to endure the humiliation of what you personally put her through. No one should go through that, especially for personal and political gains. Our community and police department deserve better. We deserve accountability, integrity, leadership guided by facts. Not politics, not personal agendas, and not coordinated attacks. I'm calling on the city manager for the following. Follow the evidence, ask hard questions, examine the relationships, the influence, and the decision-making process that led us here, and conduct your own independent investigation. By interviewing Dr. Ortiz, her witnesses, and finally, look at her evidence. I will be following up with you, Mr. City Manager, regarding this matter. Because when trust is broken at this level, it is not just by one person who is harmed, it's the entire community. My mother has been dead a month tomorrow. She raised me to stand up for what's right, especially when it comes to women. I'm with you, I stand with you because you are a truth teller, Dr. Ortiz. I'm with you. And so is my mother.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jessica Esquivel, and I am reading this email on behalf of Mr. Sam Catalano. It is my pleasure to submit this email in support of the good work that ACOMA is doing on the West Side, and I am glad to tell you why. I was the founding president and the president of More Attractive Community Foundation in 2016-2017. The foundation researched the work that ACOMA was doing and their relationship with the San Bernardino City Unified School District. We found them to be an organization that was capable of making much needed difference with just a little bit of help. The foundation board voted unanimously to assist ACOMA with critically important improvements to the facility in the Ann Sherrill Park. We invested approximately $150,000 of foundation funds to install a volleyball court, engage an artist to paint a special mural, and to do a major renovation of the community garden with a storage locker for tools and equipment. This was a wise investment by the foundation, which continues to pay dividend and, more importantly, has the potential to pay dividend well into the future. I visited ACOMA a number of times and have seen firsthand the good that they do in the community. They are an anchor, a touchstone for the community. I am pleased to report to you that the payoff on our investment will accrue to the community long into the future via the scholars they are creating. What better investment is possible than one in the future of our children? I can think of no higher and better use of this than which ACOMA brings to the table. They perform at a deal of maintenance, which keeps the facility looking good, not to mention the security factor that their presence creates. The importance of this cannot be overestimated, as we all know what happens to vacant buildings with a number of recent reminders. For the sake of the West Side and the future of our youth, please take all the steps to preserve the valuable community resource. With kindest regards, Sam Catalano. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Greg Abdosh. I'm the candidate for the 45th Assembly District, which is right here. And I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I have 2 things I wanted to do while I want to talk. First of all, I want to thank this council. I've been a parent activist for 7 years now. I've gone to several city council meetings, several school board meetings. Several times I've been one of the people in the audience that's been cut their time down to 1 minute. You guys have sat there graciously, you guys have sat there attentively, and you've listened to every single speaker, and there's been a lot, and I want to commend you for that. I also stood up because of Acoma Unity Center. I want to know where I get an application to be part of this group. I think it's amazing that you have an entity in your community right now that not only is standing up. I haven't heard one opposition to their request. I haven't heard one other alternative other than support. They've got young, they have old, they have moms, they have students, they have everything. I think not only should you approve their extension, I think you guys should give them a proclamation and dedicate a day to them in the next month. Because seriously, this is what community looks like. When you show up like this at a city council meeting to ask for an extension. Not only that, I would suggest that council works with them to figure out how to not only extend their lease, but make sure they are a permanent fixture in the city of San Bernardino, because I don't think you ever want to lose a community member like that. The last thing I will say is this. When I decided to run for this seat, I sat back and I prayed very deeply, because I know what it takes to run for politics, and I know what it takes to run for this seat at a state level. And the one reason I stood up and I said yes, even though a lot of people told me to say no, was because San Bernardino deserves a voice. Acoma Unity Center, you have a voice, and I'm so proud of you for using it tonight, and I hope you get your vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It is after 9:30. I woke up 5:30 this morning, so we're all here late. I appreciate the fact that you're listening. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Acoma. Acoma is where the heart is. I have some note cards, but you've heard a lot. So let me just start with, my son attended Acoma. And please read the emailed comments, because he did submit a comment. He's currently in the state of New Mexico, attending Western University. I'm sorry, I haven't spoke for a minute because I've been, so let me just tell you. My son is at the university right now, Western New Mexico University. We have no family there. He is there because of Acoma. He participated with Eloise Reyes Young Legislators. He participated with Irvine Life Fest program for a week. He participated in a host of things. So now he graduated with a business management in December. He's graduating May 8th with a bachelor's in accounting. He just recently obtained a license in insurance for auto and residential. He's been a 3.5 and above student the entire time. He was a resident aide for 2 years, Black Student Union president for 2 years. He's worked 2 jobs for the 4 years. He's currently a student senator at the university. He's a DJ on Thursday nights for the city. He's done voluntary taxes in the city, and he's planning on bringing that all back here. Furthermore, my husband and I, we also engage in community. I usually don't come out because there's people also that work in the background. There's people that work in the front. I am very deep in community. I work with youth. My husband got an award in Rialto for Hall of Fame for sports coach. And we just had 2 students that went to Acoma that weren't even planning on graduating. They didn't even care about school. We took them to Acoma. My husband and I worked with them. They stopped by our house the other day. One of them is getting a degree from Valley College. The other one is transferring to Arkansas Baptist College. And he's planning on coming back and giving back to this community. And another thing, if we save one, then we save all. I am one of those. I am one of those people that came from the weeds, from the concrete. I am that miracle child. I wasn't supposed to be here. Please remember that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Al Palazzo, Mayor, Council Member, City Manager. When I stand here, every time that I come and I talk about economic development, I'm talking about revenues, how to create jobs for the people in San Bernardino so that this city will have revenues. I designed the mall site that I gave all of you to be a destination and to bring revenues to this city. It is better than Victoria Gardens, better than Ontario Mills, better than Terra Vista. It's all of that and better. If you were to read this, I estimate that over 30 years, if this plan were built, the city would get about $1 billion in revenues. That is approximately what Ontario Mills has brought to Ontario in about 30 years. I believe we can also build a food court like the Haven City Food Court in Rancho Cucamonga. Just this week, I took 2 candidates on my tour to show them how we can diversify and raise the food desires that people would like to see in our city, in our downtown. This is color-coded. The core buildings on both sides of 3 promenades, green and yellow. The promenades are pedestrian spaces. They are free of dangerous streets to cross and are without cars to block the view of shops. Better than the Victoria Gardens. I estimate that this would double the size of shops that is in Victoria Gardens. The green promenades, the yellow promenades are walkways. They have orange trees, celebrate our history. I remember going to the Orange Show, and later I went to the buffet, the plantation, and Bob Hope showed up, and he was about 3 feet next to me. So I can say I danced with Bob Hope. But my point is, we had a fair like the Pomona Fair, and I'm going to be there this weekend. I need the exercise. They have a few orange trees shaped like circles on Arrowhead Avenue. The beautiful blooming trees is how I named this mall. Thank you. 3 minutes, I can't say anything.
Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we, the Acoma scholars, parents, staff, and our community partners are honored to share the magnificent work we have created together. Since 2016, Acoma Unity Center, a youth development organization founded to serve historically excluded communities of color, has focused on education and community transformation. Through programming funded by the San Bernardino Community Unified School District, along with generous grants and donations from organizations committed to community health and well-being, Acoma provides hands-on learning labs across science, technology, engineering, art, and math. In 2019, Acoma Unity Center received a $135,000 grant from the More Attractive Community Foundation to improve blighted areas within Ann Sherrill's Park, an investment for which we remain deeply grateful, especially to Frank Snitch and Sam Catalano. This donation was given to the City of San Bernardino on behalf of ACOMA to revitalize key community space and transform it into a welcoming environment where children and families can gather. Through ACOMA's daily presence, family-centered programming, and free community events such as the Jazz Festival and the Harvest Festival, crime and violence within Ann Sherrill's Park has become nearly non-existent. This is what it looks like when community is truly served. The before and after photos speak for themselves. They tell a story of transformation, hope, and pride. Again, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the MAC Foundation. While I cannot name every scholar and family ACOMA has touched, I can share the facts. ACOMA has served more than 6,000 scholars. ACOMA has awarded 150 scholarships to local high school graduates and supported many through higher education. ACOMA currently serves 5 charter schools. ACOMA maintains a 5-year MOU with local colleges, including Cal State San Bernardino, UCR, San Bernardino Valley College Corps, Cal State Fullerton, Cal Poly Pomona, providing educational space for their scholars to intern in fields such as education, social work, and science. Through these partnerships, 66 interns have gained hands-on experience at ACOMA. Through our digital arts lab, podcast studio, nature-based learning, automation and robotics, drip squad water education program, the documentary club, the drug and alcohol prevention program, the back-to-school giveaways, the toy and coat drives, Earth Day events, harvest festivals, ACOMA has partnered with more than 80 organizations and nonprofits across California and within our local region. ACOMA is critically engaged organization. We believe strong communities are educated communities, and we maintain meaningful relationships with our local, state, and federal elected officials to ensure our families' voices are heard. Thank you for your consideration of the renewal of ACOMA Unity Center's lease.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you do for the community. We will now move on to, I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, is there any additional information on public comments?
There's no additional speakers. I believe I called as many and then people just came up. But we did also receive written comments that have been distributed to the mayor and city council and are also available on the city's website.
Thank you. Thank you to all the public comments. There was a huge turnout tonight, so thank you for all of you for speaking your voices for tonight. And thank you again, former Councilwoman Calvin, for all the work that you do for the community. Moving on to the consent calendar, items 6 to 16. Mr. City Manager, are there any items that needs to be pulled from your end?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council members, Councilmember Ibarra, do you have any items?
None.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa stepped away. Councilmember Figueroa, do you have any polls for tonight? None? Okay. Councilmember Flores?
Poll number 13, just for a comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette? None? All right. With one poll, item 13, is there a motion to move the remainder?
Motion.
Thank you. There's a motion and there's a second. Councilmember Ortiz. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous for the consent calendar balance.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Councilmember Flores, item 13.
Thank you, Mayor. And no, it's just a compliment, really. I want to thank staff for just being on top of it and making this item consistent and always making it come forward. Time and time again, when I'm out in the community, the main thing that I hear is the yellow cones that are along East Street. And honestly, I can't wait for this project to come to fruition and be completed, because there's two components that are going to be to it, the beautification of it, but also the safety component. And as an alternate member for the Omnitrans board, a time we hear again in the from the board of directors is just like the safety for our drivers and the safety for our riders. So again, staff, thank you for bringing this forward and continuing it. Looking forward to be completed. And with that, I move for approval.
There's a motion, there's a second by Councilmember Ortiz. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem Canals?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council. Moving on to discussion items. Item 17, introduction of ordinance amending chapter 10.16.120 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd
Councilmember
like to
Sanchez?
waive the presentation and move to approve.
There's a motion, there's a motion, there's a second by Councilmember Ortiz, and there's a question. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes, Lieutenant, Sergeant, Captain, I'm sorry, I don't know. Lieutenant. So when we're talking about, so this is for commercial enforcement of parked containers without the truck attached in commercial areas or also residential areas?
It's in commercial areas and non-commercial areas for sure.
Okay, so anywhere that someone has detached a truck, we can call enforcement and get help with that?
Correct.
Okay, I guess this isn't the question, is how does a resident get a hold of you guys? Like, let's say at night when the trucks move into the neighborhoods, how do they report it to you in the evenings?
The best result is going to be to contact our dispatch center.
Okay.
They can call our non-emergency number, which is 909-383-5311. That's the fastest route to get that to us. They will then either contact me or we will send it to our commercial unit to get someone out. We normally can respond within 24 hours to an issue.
Would you recommend, let's say, like they see it in the evening, capturing a picture with the license plate? Because just say it's 24 hours and they've moved the truck. Does that help you as well in your enforcement?
We'll take any piece of evidence or any assistance. Photos always help us because it can help us identify. They can also utilize the CRM system as well, and that also helps as well. So the photographs definitely help my team out for sure.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was my question.
Thank you for answering CRM. I was going to ask that if they submit the CRM, then your department would get it as well to respond.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, there's a motion and second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem Canals?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council. Moving on to item 18, authorization to proceed
sorry,
with
Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, just a moment. I need to read the title of the
I'm sorry,
ordinance.
Madam City Clerk. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
An ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending Section 10.16.120 of Chapter 10.16 of Title 10 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code to prohibit the parking or standing of detached commercial trailers in non-residential districts and to authorize the immediate issuance of citations for violations.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
Yes, for item number 18, thank you for all the public commenters. It was mentioned about the MOUs. My organization is one of the organizations that does have an MOU. And although that MOU is not monetary in nature, it could be a perceived conflict of interest. So I am recusing myself from item number 18.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, did you?
Thank you, Mayor. As a previous employee of Acoma Unity Center, within the last 12 months, because there may be a perception of some type of economic interest, I'm going to recuse myself from this item in the discussion as well tonight.
Thank you. All right, authorization to proceed with lease renewal negotiations with the Acoma Unity Center Incorporated of the Ann Sherrill's Community Center for 1367 North California Street, Ward 6. Could begin with staff's presentation. Councilor Sanchez.
Oh, if there's a presentation, I'd like to just speak after the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ibarra, did you have a question?
No, I just like to commend the work ACOMA has done. When I was with Habitat for Humanity, we had a group of young ladies come help us paint some wooden pallet flags for some of our veterans in the community. And it's nice seeing the young ladies grow into the fine, young, educated ladies they're becoming and giving back to the community by mentoring the youth. I know, I heard her, and I think I remember her being a younger child. But thank you for the work that you're all doing. This is what we need. We need an all-inclusive areas for our community members to go to. So I would like to make the motion that our city manager continue the negotiations with Tacoma.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion.
Second.
Second. Councilmember Sanchez, did you still want the presentation, or are we good to?
It's up to you. You're the chair.
Okay. Council, if you guys are okay with moving forward with calling for the votes?
Or do you want the presentation?
Madam City Clerk, there's a motion second.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Again, thank you, Coma. We will now move on to, we should call the council members back. Thank you.
At least you got your steps in. Oh, 10. Huh? What did you say?
We'll just go ahead and move on to Mayor City Council updates. Councilmember Barr, would you like to start?
No updates.
Then, Councilmember Sanchez?
You heard it from our library director, that Ed Urjevich, that we had over 2,000, for the first time, we had over 2,000 books checked out on our digital catalog. That is impressive. I'm hoping we can double that number. I want to encourage everyone to get a library card and to check out books. It is the cheapest way to get transported into an incredible world of thought and culture, and I think it grows better citizens, and we can all improve as individuals when we're shaped by academia and vetted thoughts. And so I encourage everyone who's watching, if you have a library card, encourage someone else who doesn't have one to get one, and if you don't have one, get a library card and check out some books. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any updates?
No updates today, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to applaud my colleagues for making such a great decision tonight, and congratulations to Tacoma Unity Center. Just a wonderful, wonderful organization. So thank you for that. Tomorrow night, the Arrowview Neighborhood Association will be meeting at 6:30. Shoot, I forgot where, but they're meeting, and so I will let you guys know. I also want to wish our wonderful mayor a very, very happy birthday, and just to celebrate you and just thank you for all that you do for us. And just having you here this year as a mayor for me has just been a big blessing. So thank you so much and happy birthday. And that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes, thank you, and happy birthday. Now we're going to all embarrass you. We won't sing, though. Yeah, no, I wasn't going to start singing. Last week, I had the opportunity to go to the 66ers opening day. I saw a lot of residents there, saw a couple of commissioners there as well. Great, always a great time. I love baseball, and so I always appreciate it when it's baseball season. So go 66ers. Also had the opportunity to go to the EV Realty grand opening along with some of my colleagues. Mayor, you were there. Councilmember Sanchez, Ibarra, Canas, Mario Flores, I think, yeah, you were there as well, and I'm sorry if I'm leaving anybody else. Mayor Pro Tem Canas was there, Mr. City Manager Eric Levitt was there as well, and our staff was present there as well. And that's actually, it's a really big deal. It's so innovative and so futuristic that we didn't really even have anything in the books as far as how to move forward with it. In fact, the Department of Weights and Measures didn't even have a way to actually measure this thing. And so they had to also, they didn't have the appropriate tools to figure this out. And so that's how futuristic and innovative this project was. And so I do appreciate the staff in recognizing and how important it is to implement this council's vision and helping move that forward. So, Mr. City Manager, thank you to you and to your staff for being diligent on about that, because I know that there were timelines that they needed to meet for certain funding, federal funding, and other things like that. So, thank you for being on top of that. I also had the opportunity last Saturday to attend I'm probably mispronouncing this, the Khmer Buddhist Society of San Bernardino, the Cambodian New Year. Happy New Year to them. Mayor, you were there present as well. Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. was there also. It was a great event. Lots of people. It's always fun. I'm always honored every time they invite me every year, and so I appreciate that and just wish them a Happy New Year. And today is the kickoff for the National Orange Show, and that goes until Sunday. So please take the family out there. It's good family fun. It's always a blast. I'll make sure to be there as well. So maybe I'll run into a few people there. And then I want to wrap up by saying wishing a very happy Dispatcher Appreciation Week to our city dispatchers over at the police department as well. So just a happy and thankful Dispatcher Appreciation Week. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. This morning I got the opportunity to go to Arroyo Valley High School to attend coffee with the principal and just see all the incredible things that Principal Gonzalez is doing at Arroyo Valley High School, and being able to connect with the parents and talk to them about all the great things that are coming along to the west side and all the improvements, and got to hear some good, much needed feedback that I'll be then discussing with our city manager. And after that, I got the opportunity to go to the grand opening of medical health care linen services this morning, where I saw Mary Tran, and I also saw PIO Jeff Cross out there and some of our economic development team. So shout out to them for being present. This Saturday, the YMCA Healthy Kids Day 2026 is going to be at 10 a.m. So I invite everyone, if you have any kids, come on out and just enjoy a day of being healthy. That concludes my updates. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Charette?
Thank you, Mayor, and happy birthday. I just wanted to announce the Coffee with a Cop. We have 4 districts and they're all on, that'll all be on this next Tuesday. What date is that? Whatever date that is, next Tuesday. They meet at 9 o'clock in the morning, 4 different locations in the city. I'm going to announce 2 specifically because they cover the 4th Ward. One is the Northern District, Lieutenant John Plummer. It's going to be at 909 North D Street. That's the Kingdom Culture Worship Center, and they meet somewhere downstairs. Again, that's 9 o'clock for the Northern District. And then the Eastern District is Lieutenant Ernie Luna, and that will be held this week, next Tuesday at Mountain View Mortuary. That's 570 East Highland Avenue. And I encourage the public that can be there at 9 o'clock in the morning to meet those with the Coffee with a Cop to find out what's going on with our police department. They're doing a marvelous job keeping us all safe and bringing crime down. There will be a Wildwood Neighborhood Association meeting tomorrow night at the Lutheran Church of Our Savior. It's at 5050 North Sierra Way. It starts at 7. I think there's a social hour at 6:30. It starts at 7 o'clock. The meeting, I think our own city manager is going to be there, from what I can tell, is going to be there to speak, as well as some other activities. And then I, too, want to give a shout out to the dispatchers. last week, or is it this week, that's dispatch, it's this current week that is dispatchers Appreciation Week. And I want to give a special shout out to Vanessa at Two Guys Pizza, who's providing food one of those evenings, I think, for the dispatchers. So thank you, Vanessa at Two Guys, and that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
Mayor?
Thank you for the birthday wish.
Mayor.
Another year born, and it's actually tomorrow, so thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you, Kanisha, for disclosing that with the butt cake out there. I want to say congratulations to Councilmember Figueroa. You have a fantastic development, EV Realty, in your district. And I have to really congratulate his district, but the city, because that is a huge win for the city. One of the innovative, fastest charging in the nation, in our city, San Bernardino. So again, huge congratulations to Councilmember Figueroa and the city. So that's a huge one for us. I also attended the Khmer Buddhist New Year, so thank you for allowing me to join you. So that was really great. I also attended the 66ers Girls Power Night, where I threw the first pitch. The ball made it to the catcher. Yay. And saw the San Bernardino High School girls water polo team there as well to join the fun. On April 12th, this Sunday to Monday, 12th to 13th, I attended the Accelerator for America, hosted by the City of Riverside Mayor Patricia Locke Dawson. That was founded by former Mayor Eric Garcetti, and it convenes 45 mayors across the nation to talk about the greatest things that we have to think about: housing, infrastructure, all of that, to kind of find innovative ways to really help cities. And so that's one of the things that I try to be a part of, so that way we could have staff be exposed to what resources are available to help us as a city. And also joined Councilmember Mario Flores on the grand opening of medical healthcare linen services. One of the manufacturing companies in our city that is another gem. If you, staff, you really need to highlight these companies in our city, because that's the largest manufacturing that is really addressing the healthcare linen in hospitals. I'm just amazed. And not only that, did you guys know we have Crystal Geyser? We're one of the two in our nation that have Crystal Geyser in the state that I just visited. Again, another place that we need to really highlight business spotlight in our city. And so we need to do more to really highlight these things, especially for when we have State of the City. Thank you to all the dispatchers in our police department for all the work that you do. So really, we should give them a shout out in our social media for the work they do, please. And I wanted to say something else. Forgot. Again, Council. Yes, Councilmember Ibarra.
Yeah, sorry, I just remembered some things. So on Tuesday, I'm taking some time off from work to do something in the neighborhood. And I took my mom over to the farmer's market on Tuesday. And for any of our families out there that are on EBT food stamps, just know that there is a vendor there currently. I thought this was wonderful. If you have EBT, you can go to that vendor on the very end, and they're there every Tuesday. What they're gonna do, they're gonna swipe your EBT card for $15 worth in veggies and fruits at the farmer's market to purchase. In addition, they also give it another $15 for you to spend. Those tickets don't have an expiration, so you can redeem those tickets they give you every Tuesday if you like on vegetables and fruits at the farmer's market. Also, I did attend the EV Realty. Very innovative. I believe there was some hiccups, but I think that was one of the fastest projects that ever came into fruition. And we have other projects that take up to 10 years before they get completed, and EV Realty, I believe, was 12 months. So congratulations to everybody involved in getting it passed. And lastly, I do want to address Paris Hill Park's Roseville Bowl, the building that caught fire. As a city, we've done the best we can with providing security at the park. We have fencing around the Roseville Bowl. Yet somehow somebody was able to get in there and start a fire in that building that we were fixing. And you know, I was very disappointed. Right now, our county fire is conducting an investigation. So for community members who may not know, we do have to go through an investigation of what happened of course, as arson. It was purposely done. We don't know by who, but just know that on our end as a city, I don't know what else we could have done besides having the fencing around the building and having security throughout the day at the parks. But to me, it was something near and dear because we did get funding from our Congressman Aguilar to help rehab that building, and now we have to start again from scratch to rehab it, and that's very unfortunate. So I'm sorry I'm ending on a sad note, but just know, community, that we are very aware of what's going on, and there's only so much we can do. In this case, we just have to wait for the investigation report to come out from the county fire. And with that, happy birthday, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember now. I just want to give a quick shout out to Hugh Hair House. They just had a grand opening on Saturday. If you guys haven't checked it out, please do check it out. And if staff could do a business spotlight for them. I know they had some struggles with the process, but we would love to make sure that they do get a business spotlight. But check it out. They're near in the same plaza at Three Little Bluebirds. I just swung by there just now, and so it was beautiful. One other thing that we just did today was the organ. Wurlitzer, Oregon. We're one of, I mean, this is, if you guys have not seen it, please stop by the California Theater, just check it out. It's very, very beautiful, and it's a gem in our city and in the country, possibly in the world as well. So that was very beautiful. I was able to witness that. So, and that's really it for me. Before we adjourn, I would like to take a moment to honor the life and service of Lance Corporal Daniel Montano. Lance Corporal Montano represents the very best of our community: courage, commitment, and a willingness to serve something greater than oneself. His dedication to our country and his sacrifice would never be forgotten. On behalf of the City of San Bernardino, we extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, loved ones, and all who knew him. We recognize the sacrifice he made and the courage it represents. I ask that we take a moment of silence to remember Lance Corporal Montano and to honor his service to our country. Thank you. Meeting is now adjourned at 10:11 p.m. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and the Mayor and City Council acting as the San Bernardino City Housing Authority and Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority will adjourn to the regular meeting to be held on May 6, 2026 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92410. Closed session will begin at 4 p.m. Open session will begin at 5 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Get home safely.